We know that education is one of the basic principles in cooperative movement. And as a SACCO, we have no choice but to oblige. It's important to have informed membership. So today I hope you are ready to learn, are ready to interact with us, ask a lot of questions, so that by the time you leave here, you will have known your SACCO even better. There are things that I know we've tried to do as a SACCO to improve, and this is one of them. You requested during the last AGM that we have a physical education day, and thank God that the day has come. So you receive greetings from our chair, who is following online. She will not be with us today, but we have our best wishes to continue with this day. So members, because I will not talk much, because this is not our day, it's not my day, mine is normally AGM. Hii iko na wenyewe. Mimi nitaacha kama nimeuliza maswali kidogo, and the people who will answer correctly, they will get a prize from me later on. So my opening remarks is actually questions, so that we know if we understand our SACCO better. So I'll ask five questions, but don't answer me now. Before tea, I'll come back to collect the answers. And the people who will get the answers right, including the online people, wanione niko na zawadi, nitakuwa na zawadi yao. So can I start with the questions? Are we ready? So you have a pen and a writing pad. Huh? Ati yandiki? Ni maswali kidogo hii hata mnajua. So one of the question is that you name 7 loan products offered by the SACCO and their interest rate. So ukisema loan A, unasema whatever percentage. Loan B, this percentage. Na hii ya staff and officials, this for the members. So ule atapata, na wakati wa kujibu hakuna kusita sita, ni kusema blah 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 blah, alafu you get a reward from me. So the second question, at least 3 differences between a SACCO and a bank. At least 3 differences between a SACCO and a bank. Na mkigugu nitajua. 3, question 3. What is the difference between zidisha boosting and normal boosting? Question 4. Mnazishika eh? Amandi, which one do you want me to repeat? Question 1 was about products, 7. Question 2, difference between a bank and a SACCO, at least 3. Question 3, what is the difference between zidisha boosting and normal deposit boosting? Question 4, which was the last corporate social responsibility event we had, and in which institution? We normally have our corporate social responsibility at least once in a year, the 4th quarter of the year. So the ones that we went last year, what was it and in which institution? corporate social responsibility, CSR, what do we do for the community and in which institution? And finally, what is the difference between refinancing, factoring, and consolidation? These are products that are offered by the society. I just want to gauge if you people know. So what is the difference between refinancing, consolidation, and factoring? So with those many remarks, I'll come back before, during Q&A, after Dennis has made his presentation, so that I can pick my answers and the winners. And the winners will be rewarded handsomely. Yes? Question 4. The difference between, what is refinancing, factoring, and consolidation? At least we should know 2 of these services that we offer at the SACCO. Huh? That is question 5. So question 4, you wanted question 4 or 5? Oh yeah, that is 5. 4. I asked the last CSR activity, what did we do and in which institution did we do our CSR? That is 2023. Was it October? Should be October 2023. Si tumeshika maswali, eh? Good. So with those few remarks, I want to call the Vice Chair of Kanisa SACCO to come and take us through the program and the objectives of the day before he can invite the first speaker. Karibu Bwana Charles. Let's clap for Charles as he comes.
Good morning, members. Online members, kindly confirm if you can hear me clearly. So, first and foremost, I want to thank all of you for coming both in person and for those who are attending online, for taking time to really be with us on this special day. Before I take us through the program of the day, I want us to understand why do we have an education day as a SACCO. Probably, let me get from you members, why do we have this day? Anyone? Elvis, Albert, why do we have an education day?
Okay, we have a member education day to learn of the products that the SACCO offers and how we as members can benefit from these products.
Thank you. Any other member? Anyone online?
So that we can be empowered to make wise financial decisions.
Thank you. Another member? Thank you. Thank you for those 2 who have responded. Okay, we have another member.
Thank you. My name is Anne. The reason why we came to learn is to get more knowledge and to be empowered to get more skills about this program. Thank you.
Thank you. So from the three of our members who have responded, one thing that has come out clearly is member empowerment. And so on this day, what we want for you, or for us as a SACCO to achieve is that our members are empowered to be able to understand what products we as a SACCO are offering to them. We also want to make sure that you as members understand your personal financial decisions that you need to make, and also help you to make decisions that are able to impact you not only as a member of this SACCO and as a member of the society. We want to make sure that you are accountable to everything that concerns governance of this SACCO, and also accountability for you as a member in the society. We want to make sure that on this education day, we engage you as members so that you are able to know who we are, what we are offering, and what you need to do to make sure that you are benefiting from what we are offering. And through this engagement, we want to make you members feel motivated to be able to come to us in case you need any financial assistance. And so with that, I would like us to go through the program of the day. David, kindly project the program of the day for those who are attending online. So as we project the program of the day, we have gone through the preliminaries. We have had a word of prayer. We have had opening remarks from our able CEO. Our first session, which will be starting shortly, we want to take you through our technological change, which is the member portal. And this, we want to help you understand how you can access and also navigate through the portal. We'll show you how you can get most reports for you as a member from the portal without really having to request for these reports from the office. Most of these reports are usually accessible on the portal. So through this session, we will make sure that you understand how you can access and navigate through the portal. Shortly after that, we'll also take you through another technological change, which is the USSD. For a long time, we as a SACCO and as members, we have requested if we can access our accounts through the USSD. And on this session, we'll also be taking you through accessing. We'll give you the code which will enable you to access the USSD and the services that will be available on the USSD and what you will be able to do on the USSD. It's not open for everything that the SACCO office can do. We will limit those activities that you as a member are able to do on the USSD. And so through this session, again, we'll be taking you through the access and how to use the portal and what limitations are also on the USSD platform. After that, we will give you a chance to ask any questions on the two sessions, which is the member portal and the USSD. And then after the questions and answer session, we will take a break. We'll take a 20 minutes break. And then when we come back, we will take you through another session on beneficial borrowing. And on this, we will have an external facilitator who has not once, not twice, but more than 3 times had sessions with that on financial literacy and business development. So we'll have Coach Roy Okonji with us, who will be able to take us through the beneficial borrowing. And this session will be immediately after tea break. And then after that, we will also invite Mr. Njoroge, who is our cooperatives officer, to give us his remarks and to help us understand what is required of us as a cooperative from the government side and from our regulator. After the remarks from our cooperatives officer, we will have a vote of thanks and closing prayers. And then after that, we'll have lunch, and then we will break and leave. So without taking much time, I would like to invite our first facilitator, who is someone we all know. And as you can see on the program, it's our credit manager, Dennis, who will be taking us through the 2 sessions on USSD and the member portal. So let's note down our questions, and then after his presentation, we will take time to take your questions and give you responses to the questions. Dennis. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. My friend, mumekunywa chai na muko gloomy. Very serious faces, as if you woke up at 4 a.m. You should be happy. You are alive, you are breathing, you are here to learn about money. We are all talking about money, isn't it? It is your deposit, which is your money, loan, which is your money, and any other projected monies that will come about. Yeah? So you should be happy. When we say good morning, it is good in the morning, or it is bad for some of you? Seemingly it's bad, eh? You know, not what to eh? It's seemingly bad. Amasio. It's bad. You're the only one laughing, you and Reverend. The rest are very gloomy. and a lady here. Eh? Ama mjapewa shati. Ni nani hajapewa shati? Gavana, umepewa shati? Nani hajapewa shati? Anthony, umepewa shati? If the last person has received a shirt and we are all gloomy, why are we gloomy? And it's in the morning. And we are talking about money. And we are gloomy. Anyway, my name is Dennis Osewe. For those who don't know me, in the SACCO, I sell money at a fee, not free. Nauza pesa na nina charge. Nikikupea bob, unanirudishia 1.5. Hiyo sumni ndio mikurana na hii maneno yote na hiyo chai yote na hiyo mashati mumepata. Unaona? Now, nataka tuwe na uwezo wa kusoma kitu kidogo. Wangapi wamewahi login kwa SACCO website? Andika tu Kanisa. Just open your Google. This is a learning session. It's not looking at me. Watu wako na Google. Kama unabonyeza tutakufonesha. Google tu Kanisa SACCO itakam. What do you see? How many of you have gotten to the website? Mumeingia. Kuna mahali utaona imeandikwa member portal. How many of you have ever logged into that? Hiyo inaitwa button call. Ukifinya tu. Wangapi wamefinya? Yeah. David, I think you'll help me doing it practically so that people see. I want us to see and learn. I want an interactive session. This one is just not me talking. I want us to go through one by one. On the slides, those ones I'll share. Don't worry. But if you do it practically with me, you will learn it very easily. Because if you go to Kanisa SACCO website, that is where you will know the products. Na hii ni kwa wale walisoma na mimi inaitwa ozone. Yeah, Mwax. Wangapi wanajua Mwax? Mkenya. Ile maswali sio aliuliza iko tu hapo, wewe utaenda ujitafutie. That is the encyclopedia of the SACCO. The website is the encyclopedia of the SACCO. If you want to know when did this SACCO began, who's managing it, who's the current chair, who is in supervisory, who are the staff, website. Yeah? Now, if you have ever gone to Kanisa SACCO, you'll see this is our website. That button call on blue is written member portal. Now, if you click the member portal, it will open a new page because it's a different thing. This one is the login for member portal. Ukitaka kuingia kwa member portal, unafika hapa. Kama haukumbuki ID number yako, password yako, unaweza login na Google. Unaona hiyo emblem ya Google? Ukifinya hiyo Google, hiyo Gmail inaenda kwa Gmail yako. So una login na password yako ya Gmail yako. Tunapatana? Nataka tuifanye practically ndio turudi kwa wale wenye bado hawajafanya. Just dial the Gmail icon. No, just dial, don't worry. Hapo unaona imesema weka email address. Unanipata? Sasa kama uko na email address yako, unaiweka hapo. Ukishaweka email address yako, ukifinya next, itakwambia uweke password yako. Ukishaweka password yako, itakupeleka kwa kitu inaitwa dashboard. Unaelewa? Siwezi weka sababu hiyo iko link na yangu. Nataka mufike hapo. Now, kwa wale wenye hawana, David rudi nyuma kidogo. Kwa wale wenye hamjawahi ingia, haujawahi register, ukienda pale chini unaona hali imeandikwa create here. Ukiklik hapo, inakupeleka mahali unaweka nambari ya simu yako, member number yako, ID number, unaweka password yako wenye wewe utajua na uconfirm. Ukisha confirm, una create account. Ukisha create account, system kule itajua kama jina yako iko kwa system yetu ama haiko. Kama wewe si member, hauwezi register. Sababu lazima ukuwe uko kwa system yetu, manake ulikuwa umeregister kama member ndio uweze kuwa kuregister hapa. Sasa ukisha create account, unarudi back to login. Ukirudi back to login, ile ID number yako ile yenye serikali ilikupe na ile password yenye wewe uliweka, utaweza kulogin kama utakuwa unakumbuka. Lakini kama wewe unaweza kuwa uko na maneno mengi na utaki kusumbuliwa, tumia email icon hiyo ya Gmail. Inakupeleka kwa Gmail yako na una login. Najua kuna wale watauliza kwa nini hatukufanya ya Yahoo. Yahoo iko na shida moja. haiwezi confirm vitu mara mbili, manake hauna security mara mbili. Kwa email yako ukilogin utapata kwa simu yako either nambari inakuja inakuambia utap hiyo yes, ama inakuambia uconfirm kama ni wewe, si ndio? Si wewe inaambia maneno kama hiyo. Kwa Yahoo haina hiyo. Na hiyo kuna venye mtu anaweza tudafrau. Tunapatana? Now, ukifungua utaona dashboard summary kitu kama hii. Itakwambia deposit yako ni ngapi, capital share ni ngapi, kama una loan total ni ngapi, na kama unahitaji loan unaweza pata ngapi. Uko na loan yes, na uko na deposit, na hiyo deposit bado una kiwango ya kupata loan. Si mnajua pesa yako unapewa times 3 ama times 4? Kuna mtu ajui hiyo? Kuna mtu ajui your deposit is multiplied by 4 maximum in the SACCO? Kama ujui, jua leo. Kwa dashboard mara mingi mnatumia pesa ya simu kupiga ofisi. Maximumly inakucharge 5 bob at least. Ukiweka bundles hii yangu itakuchukua less than 2 bob. Sasa mimi nakusave pesa ya kupiga simu. Na ile mambo ya nimepiga ishikwi. Ukitaka kujua unataka loan na ni kiwango ama loan value yenye unataka ni ngapi, unaona hapa imeandikwa eligibility amount kwa dashboard. That is the amount you can take as a loan. Eligibility is what you are eligible for, what you qualify for as a loan. So I hope after this meeting I will not be having calls of how much can I qualify for, because I've given you on a Sunday evening you can know how much you qualify for. All you need to do, ingia website, download form, jaza, tuma kwa email, Monday shughulikiwe. Si kazi inakuwa rahisi. Na naona mnakasirika tu. Mimi nawapea kazi rahisi na bado mnakasirika tu. You guys are not happy, my friend. My friend, leave Zakayo at that door. Here we are now talking how to develop you. Mambo ya Zakayo acha huko kwa chai huko. Ya pambane na huko, my friend. Tuko sambamba. Nakupea njia yenye wewe ukalala saa 6, usingizi imeenda. Ingia mtandao, angalia naweza pata pesa namna gani. Sio ni good news? Na naona tu mnakasirika. Mimi nakupatia njia ya kupata pesa. Ukitaka kujua niko na pesa ngapi SACCO, walisema capital share inafaa kuwe 20,000. Mimi kwa saa hii niko na ngapi? Dashboard inakuonesha. Sio ni kazi rahisi? Sasa hatuta spend pesa kupigia SACCO, kuuliza SACCO naweza pata pesa ngapi. Ndio kupatia njia yenye wewe unaweza jua unaweza pata pesa ngapi. Na kwa sababu najua mtauliza hapo niko na charge, hapa ni free. That's why nimesema Zakayo baki na huko. Hii ni free. Ni bundles tu. Unafinya, unaangalia, unaweka password, uko ndani. Iko mtu amepotea kwa kujua is worth in the SACCO. This is your worth, your capital share, your deposit, your loan. Na kama hauna loan, by the way, it is a loss to you, a loss to me, a loss to everyone, including God. Because God say, he who leaves no inheritance to their sons is a sinner. That is not me, that's the Bible. You can write the way I've written it, you'll get the chapter. I don't want to misquote the way Zakayo does. Yes, ni mzuri you find out is then he's saying the truth. You see? He who leaves no inheritance to their sons. Their sons includes your daughter. Africanism yetu tutaacha kando. You are a sinner. So ukienda binguni jua ile laini utakuwa sio mzuri. Are we together? So lazima ujue dhamana yako ndani ya SACCO ni nini, uko na uwezo aina gani. Na kwa hii vitu ukiona hapo utaona kuna laini 3. Kama uko kwa hiyo website utaona kuna laini 3 on the left side. Hiyo ni menu. Ni kama umeingia hoteli unataka kuangalia kuna chapati ngapi, machai ngapi, maragwe ngapi, managu ngapi, sebebe ngapi, hivyo. Hiyo ni menu. Sasa kwa SACCO, on the top left, kwa wale mnaangalia, utaona kuna mahali imeandikwa loans, utaona mahali imeandikwa deposit, saving, profile, up mpaka next of kin. Ni mzuri. By the way, wengi wenu hamujaweka next of kin. I'm wondering, when you are not here, whom do I give your money? And by the way, if you don't claim the money, I give it to Zakayo. So your people watapanga foleni pale Ufaa Westlands for 3 good months. Wapewe pesa yako, sababu we mwenye pesa ulikataa kusema kama siko. Nani anachukua pesa? Na hii maneno yenu mnaweka watoto wenye wako under age, tafadhali tuache. We cannot do business with anybody mwenye ana ID. Kama uamini bibi yako, weka ndugu yako, dada yako, ama mtu yote mwenye ako na ID. Provided ako na ID. That's all we need. They are called next of kin, but legally they are called nominees. Mnanipata? A nominee is somebody you nominate to get your money when you are not alive. Now it is sad that we live in a country where we don't even trust our wives. The sad part is, if your kids are below 18 years and above, know that the succession law dictates that the first person who will receive that money is your wife. Not unless you write a will. A will inasema pesa yangu itaenda 1, 2, 3, 4 in these percentages. That is a will. So kuna tofauti. We are having a hard time giving back your money to your next of kins because sisi hatuja update. All we need is the name, kama kona ID number, phone number, and email. Only those. We don't need anything else. So if you are saving today, and you have not thought of when I'm not there, start thinking of now. Because at the end of the day, each and every one of us, from the soil we came, and the soil will go back to it. Only our spirit will be alive. Amen? I'm not preaching. Today is a Saturday one. Yeah? Tunaenda pamoja. Hapo kwa next of kin. Tafadhali uende uangalie. Kama umeona iko visivyo, write an email, call us, we correct it. Tukicorrect kwa system, utakuwa unaiona hapo. Ukiweka nominees 5, utawapata wote 5. Ukiweka 2, utapata 2. Ukiweka 1, utapata 1. Usipoweka, pesa ya Zakayo. Tuko sawa? Wangapi wanataka kupatia Zakayo pesa? By show of hands, anybody willing to give government money for free? Now that you are speaking the same language, amen, I hope all of you will amend. That is my prayer. 2, on your profile. Sijui kama wangapi wameenda profile. Nataka, niliwaambia si hizi nitawapatia, nitawatumia. Nataka tuende live, ukienda live utaiona. Naona wengi mnanikodolea macho tu. Ukinikodolea macho utapotea. Ni simu, ingia Kanisa SACCO web portal. Ukiingia kwa web portal, kama uko na Gmail account, finya the Gmail icon, weka password yako ya Gmail, itakuleta kwa dashboard. Kwa hiyo dashboard, on the top left, kuna vilaini 3. Finyilia hizo vilaini 3. Kitu ya kwanza, utaanza kuona mambo za loan, mambo za saving, running loans, cleared loans. Sitaki tufike hapo. Nataka tuende basics. Nataka tuende chini kabisa. Tuko kwa next of kin. Na nimesema yoyote ambaye ukifinya next of kin iko blank, reach out to us. Utuambie ni nani unaweka. Na kama unataka kuchange next of kin, you're also allowed. It is your money. It is your account. You dictate what happens to it. In the law, they say it is your jurisdiction to do what you see fit with your money. That is law. In plain English, you do what you want with your money. Situko sawa? Aya, turudi kwa profile. Nataka tuende tu pole pole tukipanda. Tunatoka chini tukipanda. Wangapi wako hapo? Bana, tuko na masimu hatutumii, my friends. Wi-Fi iko hapa for those who don't have bundles. The password is guest at 2023 for those who don't have bundles. I want us to be aligned. Tuwe line moja. Kwa wale wenye muna bonyeza msijali, nakuja kwenu. Tukifika USSD nakuja kwenu. You still be able to see, yeah? Guest 2023, that one. It's written there. Guest at 2023. Just check on the wall there. There's guest start with G. For those of you, we have free Wi-Fi here. Don't worry, you are members, my friend. We have taken care of you. Those of? No problem, I repeat, no problem. How many of us wametumia Wi-Fi yenye tuko nayo? Nataka turudi hapa kwa dashboard. Nilionyesha tu dashboard, nimeenda kwa menu, nimeanzia chini, ndio nirudi juu. Nataka nimalizie. Tumelogin kwa Wi-Fi. Nitaanza tena. Kwa wale wanataka kuingia kwa web portal ya kanisa, kwa Google yako andika Kanisa SACCO. Usiandike maneno mengi. Andika ni kama una search Kanisa SACCO. Website ya Kanisa SACCO itakuja. Website ikikuja, kama ni kwa simu, juu baada ya menu ni ile, hiyo vitu vingi unaona imeandikwa home, management, loans and stuff. Hiyo ndio menu. Hapo chini yake utaona a blue button imeandikwa member portal. Tuko hapo. Ukifinya member portal, kuna page itakuja mpya. Hiyo page mpya utaona inakwambia ID, password. Ama hapo chini inakwambia or login using Gmail. Ukilogin kutumia Gmail, ni Gmail yako. Ukifinya hiyo icon ya Gmail, inakupeleka kwa Gmail yako, unaweka password yako ya kawaida ya Gmail. Then itakuleta kwa dashboard kama hii. Mpaka hapo, kwa wale wenye wamekosa chai, poleni, juu mmekuja kuchelewa, na wanasema asiyekwepo lake halipo. Wangapi mpaka hapo wamefaulu? Acha ya kusaidia kidogo tu. You're very lucky, but the CEO is helping you. Guest 2023. Kuna uko on the edges, there's Wi-Fi password at 0 charge. Yes, you are members and the Kanisa team is taking care of you. When you are here, 0 charges. Ndio nilisema kwa ile mlango Zakaya ameisha. Past hiyo mlango, we are back to government. Charges as M-Pesa dictates. Yeah? Now, ukifika hapo, kama umeweka ID na password yako haujawahi register, itakwambia account yako hai exist. So you have to create. Kwa wale wanapata message kama hiyo, unaona failed account does not exist, you have to create. Manake wewe haujawahi tumia any conversation between wewe na SACCO kutumia portal. Tunapatana? Kuna wale itakataa kuingia sababu labda email yako ama ID yako haiambatani na system yangu. Tunapatana? Either ID yako inafaa kuwe 23 ikawekwa 24. Sasa system itaona wewe ni mtu tofauti, kwa sababu inakutambulisha na ID na member number. Member number yako haiwezi rudiwa. Kama member 001 alituacha, alienda mbinguni, lakini hiyo nambari hatuwezi mpa mtu yote, inabaki yake mpaka mwisho. So member number yako haiwezi rudiwa. Tunapatana? Kwa wale amujui member number, ile nambari inaanza na KS0. Kama yangu ni KS03195. They are supposed to be 5 digits. Kama wewe ni member number 1, inafaa kuwa KS041. Unanipata? Najua hapo ndo kuna shida. Watu wengi hatusome na member number zetu. Najua hapo kuna shida. Atakuja kukusaidia. Yeah? Yote. KS0 must be KS0. Yes, just write Kanisa SACCO. Type Kanisa SACCO as such. Kanisa SACCO, then unaenda poto. Tuko sawa sawa? Najua hii ni mambo ya IT. Mtapotea tu kidogo lakini tutarudi vizuri. Now, as I've said, Yahoo has weak security systems. It's very easy for somebody to hack into your Yahoo as opposed to Gmail. For Gmail, if I know your password and I do not know the unique identifier, like mine, if you log in, it must give me a code that I have to put in so that to enable you access. That code only comes on your phone. If you are logging in with my password and you don't have my phone near you, you will never log in. But as opposed to Yahoo, you can log in. So you need to a two-step authentication. That's the difference. So for those who don't have Yahoo, that's why I created the place for create. So I'm being informed for those who have questions, you just raise your hand, you'll be given the microphone, then we'll be able to assist you, yeah? Now, for those who have Yahoo, you can create account. Remember where we went and did the creating? Below kuna mahali imeandikwa create here. It's highlighted. If you click it, is a link. It will take you to another page where you put your ID, phone number, member number, and the password of your choosing. Are we together? You choose the password of your choosing. That's the place I'm talking about. Your normal phone number. And remember the phone numbers, for those who keep on changing numbers, if your phone number does not align with what we have in the system, it will tell you account failed because you're using a number I don't know. Remember, this system reflects on what I have in the office. Are we together? So the phone number, your ID number, email should be the same as the one I have in the office. If you have difficulty, we are finishing at 1. A few minutes I can have for some people, but majority, an email is there, a WhatsApp is there, our online team, if you have a question, they'll be able to guide. Are we together? This is very key. This is the SACCO at your fingertips. It is just the SACCO at your fingertips. We are trying to give you an ease of knowing where you are in your loan balances, where you are in your deposit, where you are in capital share, and what you can access as a loan. Those are basics that every member should have. Are we together? Now, on the loans, there's a tab for loans. There's a loan application. And this is now where things will be very nice. Most of you have been saying, Dennis, why do we keep on filling forms and forms over and over? Yet, I'm in a distance. I have my good friends in Dubai, I hope I'm a login, and some in Canada. I will no longer tell you to send an email. You will go to loan application and it will ask you your name, full names, ID number. This is the same procedure you fill the loan form. Then you will attach your ID. You will attach both front and back. You will attach either M-Pesa statement or bank statement or payslip, 3 of them, and the form that you have filled. That is on loan application. Yes. I'm still on the menu. This is the menu. Now, if you're here, this is the dashboard. This is what you qualify for. Now, are we aligned now? Now, anybody with difficulty? Usipotee na unyamaze. We rather live here educated than rush and be uneducated. Because if we rush and be uneducated, it means we wasted money. But if we live here educated, I'll be a happy person. Now, if you are lost, if you're on the dashboard, kuna laini tatu on the top left. Ukiangalia tu kwa simu yako kuna laini tatu, finya tu hapo juu. Utaona imekuandikia dashboard, loan cleared, running loans, guarantors. Mnaziona? Bonyeza. Nilisema hiyo. Sasa nikifika hapo baada atakuwa na uwezo. Lakini pesa fulani na balance ambayo amebaki naye ni fulani. Unapata? So hako na ujumbe. Labda hajasoma tu lakini hako na ujumbe.
Hako nayo nafikiri.
Hiyo kama nambari ya simu yenye tuko naye inaambatana na yake lazima apate SMS.
Sawa.
Now, kwa hapo tumefika, unaweza angalia running loans inamaanisha zile loans uko nazo. Sasa hivi ni loans ngapi, ulichukua lini, kwa muda gani. Alafu unaweza ona mini statement. Mini statement ni kitu ya miezi 6 pekee. Haitakuwa mambo mingi. Tunapatana? Hiyo sio full statement. Hiyo tu ni kuangalia ile pesa ulituma imepostiwa. But again, most of the time wale wako Kenya mnapata SMS. Hiyo mara mingi nimewekea wale wako Ulaya. Wao kuangalia sababu yeye hazipata SMS. Mtu wako Canada hazipata SMS. Mtu wako Dubai, Saudia hao wanapata SMS. Hadi Australia sasa hivi wanapata SMS. Shida iko tu Northern Hemisphere. Tunapatana? Ukiklik tu kwa menu, unaona hizo line 3. Click hapo utaona mahali imeandikwa running loans. Click your running loans. Itakuletea loans zako tu zimeambatana 1 2 3. Ukisonga, ukisukuma tu hiyo screen yako to the left, utaona inakuletea details zingine alafu mwishowe kuna guarantors. Sasa hata nikikupigia saa 7 nakwambia wewe nilikugarantii. Hebu ni guarantee. Kama uko sure unaenda tu na click pale kwa guarantors una confirm. Uzuri ya hiyo guarantors inakwambia jina ya mtu, member number yake, email yake, simu yake. Sasa ile swali ya kuambia SACCO huu jamaa simjui, hiyo tunamaliza sababu uko na email na simu, mpigie yeye. Mshapata? Tunataka kuwa transparent. Ukukumbuka saa hii ukigarantii mtu SMS inakuja kwako inakwambia wewe umenigarantii mimi pesa fulani. Na kama unatashwishi piga nambari. Tafadhali ukiona hiyo SMS kwako na uja guarantee mtu, piga saa hiyo. Ukipiga hiyo loan form tunaicancel. Ukipiga useme sija guarantee huyo jamaa, hiyo loan form tunaicancel. Tuko pamoja? Lakini usingoje miezi 2 uje uniambie ati ule jamaa mimi sikumgarantii. Ilhali SMS nilikutumia. Unajua sasa kazi yangu inakuwa ngumu sababu loan itakuwa imetoka. Ukumbuke ukaapply leo niko na siku 3 kukupa wewe pesa. By the 3rd day either M-Pesa ama benki imetingishwa, sio? Sasa ukichukua miezi miwili na mimi nachukua siku 3, unaona kuna disconnect mahali. Sasa ukipata SMS na wewe kama ubuki unajua huku ni guarantee mimi, kuna nambari hapo chini, nambari yetu. Piga simu, sema hii SMS mimi sifahamu jamaa. Then tunashughulikia. Hiyo ni security yako. So hakuna, ukumbuke nakwambia umegarantii pesa ngapi. Hakuna ati ulipea mtu 5,000 alafu akaongeza 0 ikakuwa 50. No. Kama ulimpa 5 na kwako SMS imekuja 50, ukakataa mambo ya 50, hiyo loan form tunaicancel namna hiyo. Tunapatana, ni security yako. So sasa hii hakuna kulagaiwa SACCO. I hope nasema vitu ambazo mnazipata. Kwa wale wenye wamegarantii, wale wenye wanalipa loan, wale wanalipa deposit, wale wanalipa capital share. Tuko sawa? Hizi tunaziweka kukusaidia wewe kujua akaunti yako iko vipi. Nitaomba hivi sababu tumemaliza muda mwingi hapo. Nataka tuende kwa watu wa kubonyeza. Sababu tumekula muda ingine. Sasa kwa hii tunaenda kutoka hiyo sehemu now. I'll repeat because I know the SACCO is diverse and we have non-Kiswahili speakers. All I'm saying, if you want to know all your information in the SACCO, the first thing, log into www.kanisasacco.org. You go to the website, log in to the button called written Member Portal. From the Member Portal, you can either sign in using your ID and your password if you had already set an account. If you have a Gmail account shared with us, you only need to press the Gmail icon. Then use your normal password for your Gmail. You'll still be able to access the web portal. For those who do not know their passwords or their Gmails, they're not sure, you can go in on the same login and create an account. You put your phone number, your member number, your ID, and the password of your choosing. Make sure it's a strong password. Don't put 1963, the day we got independence, or the day you are born. No. Put something interesting that even I cannot know. You can put the day your great-grandfather was born, if you know. That one only you and maybe your kinsmen can know. But remember, when you log into that portal, there's a one-time password that will come to you, an OTP, a number, a random number. The number she will get is not the number you will get. You put in, that is when you accept and move. That is a security we did to ensure that you are catered for. Are we together? In the same portal, you can see your running loans, your cleared loans, and the people who guaranteed you on each loan. You will know the guarantor's name, member number, phone number, and email. So we are demystifying the fact of members coming to the office and say, I did not guarantee this guy, and I do not know how to contact them. At your fingertips, you know their email and their phone number. Amen? I'm seeing a lot of movement, and it is not yet lunchtime, so I'm worried. Mbona mnataka kuota jua na hapa kuna space, my friend? Now, on the USSD, just go direct to USSD. Ni kwa wale wenye wakubonyeza on your phone. Tutoe nini? Tutoe the web portal. Forget the web portal. Now let's go back to like when you want to dial 0 something on the dial pad. I want all of us to do *657 star 33 hash. I repeat, star 657 star 33 hash. Has anybody tried that? Hii haitaji touch. Hii hata katululu inaweza. Bora uko na credit, voucher credit units, units for calling, not minutes, units, yeah? You can occur for 10 will do, for 10 bob. Yeah? Do star 657 star, itakwambia Kanisa SACCO. Tuko sawa? Now, because najua wengi wenu hamja register, itataka uweke password. Sasa tu unaweza weka password yenyewe unataka. Na isikuwe ati 1 2 3 4, no. Put something. And not your date of birth, no. Anything, even the date today, then you change later. Have we done star? Are we together? Nasema kwa simu yako tu sasa hivi yako, fungua finyisha. Wewe ulisema ni wewe unalipa, lakini account ni ya mzee, sio? Now, I want us to register using our passwords. Once we register, system will lock you out. Then I want you to dial in again, star 653 star 33 hash. 657, sorry, 657. It is here. Just write star 657 star 33 hash. If you have registered, it will ask you for the password, 4-digit PIN. It will tell you enter 4-digit PIN. Tumefaulu ama tumepotea? Anybody lost? Anybody who need help? Anybody lost? Anybody needing help? Nobody needs help. Yeah, you guys are sharp. I believe in you. Aya. Kama tumeenda hapo, if you are there, the menu, the first thing that will come will be 1, withdrawal, 2, accounts, 3, loans, 4, you will see a profile, 5, change PIN. How many of you are seeing a menu of that nature? You mean in the whole, I don't know how many we are, only one person is seeing a menu? Jesus Christ. 3. All of us are lost. 4, 5, 6. How many are we? More than 100. Over 106, I am doing badly. That's an F on my side. On the buttons, leave the web portal alone. Forget the web portal. That is Rigiji, the villager. Can we go now to the real thing, the real deal? Star 657 star 33 hash. If you put the password you've just used, you will see a menu of, in the top, there's a headline written Kanisa SACCO. The first one is withdraw. The second one is account. The third one is loan. The fourth one is profile. The fifth is change PIN. How many of us are there? Just by a show of hands, how many of us are there? So that I know I'm not speaking Greek. This row, only one person is understanding me. Either we are not having phones, or we are not using them, or it's complicated. Which one? This row. I want now to go row by row so that we learn. Here, where are we lost? Eh? Umeitisha member number. Kwa member namba yako, ile nilisema KS, lazima ujue ile KS 0. Unaweza kumbuka ile nambari? Unakumbuka namba ya mzee? Weka hiyo. How many of us have registered? Let's start from there. How many of us have registered? In this row, so I am seeing here, except the underage ones, these 3 have not registered. Mogaka here has not registered. I don't know, you must know this thing, my friend. you cannot. I know IT savvy people. When I call you by name, because I know we have talked. In this row, how many of us have registered? I know Angelina has done. Mr. Buki and his friend, no. Have you registered? He's struggling to register. There's a Kamukunji there. Have you followed? You have registered. Help the 2 of them. They seem to be in a conversation. Have you registered? You're good. On the Far East, immediately before Far East, the Middle East, there, the 2 ladies, they are very busy. Have they registered? You have? Yes. Capital. Now, when inputting your member number, don't put small caps, put capital. All of them. USSD does not know small letters. It speaks in bold. Are we together? KS 03195, that is mine. You should be knowing your member number, because when the person taking minutes, when they'll be asking questions, you'll be saying a member number. Kama hujui utatuambia nini? What will you tell us? Because that is the only way we can identify you are a member. Now, I'm on my row here. How many of us have registered? This row. Very sad. 4 people. Your member number? Okay, you're being assisted, yeah? Then it means you have not done the exact. Have you done the capital letter? You registered. Check what you registered, the first one. How you not found, my friend, and you're a member? How? Anyway, we'll sort. Now, for those who have the same case, like, for those who have the same case like his, after this, you can, I'll just write your ID numbers. Then, mobile. You have placed a number that is not in my system. You must use the number that you have in my system. Mobile number 07 something when you are registering. So if you put a different number, of course it will tell you, because it's supposed to access your account. If you use anything that is not with me, of course it will deny you access. Are we together? I repeat, if you are registering, and you are registering, the moment you are registering, you're using a different phone number than the one I have, of course it will tell you don't exist. This is now going to what is called biodata, the data that you gave me when registering. It is very prudent of you, when you change number, kindly inform the SACCO, because that number is what you are going to use to access your account. If you use any other funny number, you will not be able to access, because how will I know it is you? Are we together? That is now your security. For those who changed from Safaricom to Telcom, you need to inform us. For those who changed Safaricom to Safaricom, a different number, you need to inform us, so that our data and yours matches. Are we together? And if you want to know your phone number that you use, on the web portal, if you just go on profile, you'll see your number there. If you can't remember. But if you have logged in, if you go to withdraw and just put that number 1, then send, you'll get a menu. For those who have registered. For those who have not, I'll teach again and I'll give notes, don't worry. If you're on the menu and you press 1, then send, a sub-menu will come. Are we together? Now, for today, if you try to withdraw money from the SACCO, for today alone, I've disabled it, for today alone, but going henceforth, you'll be able to withdraw. Now, the sub-menu will bring you Jiokoya account, Mwanangu account, and unallocated fund. Jiokoya account is the account you put money for your rainy days, but you can withdraw as you wish. Are we together? For those of you who do not know that the SACCO has a Jiokoya account, it is an account that you can save money for your rainy day. And when you need it, you use the USSD to withdraw it. So there will be no more filling forms of, I want to withdraw Jiokoya account or Mwanangu account. The unallocated fund that you are seeing there, after the AGM, it will be changed to be dividend account. Now, when the CEO has spoken about dividend and you members have approved that dividend, you will be able to withdraw it as you sit here. So this time around, no more emails, no more calls. It will be you taking your money whenever you want, how you want. And even before we declare it here, the moment it has been read and the members have passed it, you'll be able to know what amount of dividend do you have as a person, as opposed to the percentage. Are we together? Those are withdrawable accounts, the Jiokoe, the Mwanangu. So if you press the Jiokoe account, of course, you'll see where it tells you withdraw. I hope I'm not speaking Greek. Huh? I want us to go fast so that we have Q&A. Because I know if I only do it this way, some of us may not be able to catch up. I want us to do it practically. It's easier when I explain it practically as opposed to notes. I'm avoiding notes because of that. Remember, you must have units, airtime for your phone, regardless of whichever the amount. Under the withdrawal part, if you don't have a Jiokoya account, it will tell you 0. If you don't have a Mwanangu account, it will tell you 0, unallocated 0. Now, if you try now, it is good to be curious. Just put 9,000. You want to withdraw 9,000 and you have 0. But don't worry, even if you have money, I've blocked it, it won't come, don't worry. It will tell you the balance is insufficient. Are we together? For those who have tried withdrawing. Tried withdrawing anything and you have a 0 balance. It will tell you balance is sufficient because you have no money. But you can easily go back to the menu, the main menu, by dialing 00. If you dial 00, it takes you back to main menu. Now, what we are doing is, at whatever time that you are a member of SACCO, if you have a Jiokoya account, a Mwanangu account, or we have declared dividend, you'll be able to withdraw your money without writing emails. Amen? I prayed that my RSC people will be happy. Unfortunately, I can't even hear online people saying amen or typing. I know my business people, those who save per day. I've seen one of them, David Ndungu. I'm seeing Reverend. I'm seeing Anthony. I'm giving you a place where you can save money withdraw it at your will. No emails, no call. It is you and your phone. Your phone is the next SACCO. She's the only one happy. The rest are... See, we should mark her and give her another shot, yeah? She appreciates, yeah? Yeah. We appreciate those who appreciate. Give credit to SD, isn't it? The rest of us, tuko tu. Zakaya natunyoa, tuko tu. Our finance bill 2024. Interesting. Now, the USSD is a SACCO on your phone. So, we are going to step 2. If you go to step 2, it is called accounts. Are we together? Now, on the accounts, this is now where the real deal is. The first one is vile unatoa pesa. The second one is how much does the SACCO owe you, or how much do you owe the SACCO? On the accounts, if you press accounts, you will again see your accounts as the way they are. Accounts, Jiokoe, Mwanangu, and the unallocated. Now, immediately the way it is, it will tell you if you have a balance or not. There's a KS, then a bracket 00. But now, in this one, if you, let's just use the Jiokoe account. I hope you can see even your capital share. You can see the whole SACCO there, isn't it? Anybody not seeing the whole SACCO? Or is all the whole account? There's capital share, member deposit, dividend. Dividend there is just to show you amount, but when you want to withdraw, you use 1. Now, if you go, let's say, member deposit, if you want to make savings, let's go, everybody who is here, anybody with the M-Pesa, go and press 1 under make savings. And put 100 bob or 50. Just put an amount there. Yeah, if you have M-Pesa balance, it will say, it will tell you save, like mine is telling me save 100 shillings to member deposit. If you do yes, which is 1, you press 1, then send. STK push will come. Your M-Pesa will come so that you put password, automated. There's an M-Pesa message that will come to you. Have you tried? If you put password, it will go to the SACCO. Amen? Ninajiongelesha. I've said, go to make deposit. Put 100 bob. Confirm that you want to send it. M-Pesa on its own will bring you a message that confirm you want to send this money. All you need to do is you put your M-Pesa password and you have paid your deposit. Are we talking? Are we speaking now? I told you now that is the real deal. Are we speaking? It's like I'm speaking on my own. People are just gloomy. Our members, I think maybe Evelyn did not look for you. After this, you go take tea so that when we come back, there's no... Yeah? We need to be happy, my friend. We are making your work easier. You can deposit money anywhere, anyhow, any way you want. All you need to know is the USSD, where to go, put your PIN on M-Pesa, voila. Are we together? Anybody lost? Anybody lost and found? Anybody who is just there, who are you? I need to know those who are there. Those who are floating. It's allowed to be floating anyway. You must not know so that you know. Don't be afraid of not knowing. Even me, I didn't know. Went, researched, and looked at what my members need, and have brought it, isn't it? Yes. Geocoin savings is like a current account. You can deposit money anytime you want, and you can withdraw it anytime you want. From the name Geocoin, you save for your rainy day or you save for a target. If you want to go to Mombasa, you can save from January to December, let's say 5K for 12 months. When it is time due to go to Mombasa to Barizi, you withdraw it from your M-Pesa and pay the bills there and you enjoy yourself. Just basically, Geocoin. Via USSD, if you do *657 *33#, go to accounts. There'll be a menu, Kanisa SACCO, withdrawal, then accounts. On the accounts, just dial 1, then send. Geocoin, the one is for Geocoin. Are we together? Then now you can make savings, see balance. Are we together? That is how to make savings. Anybody lost on that line? Good. We are doing well. Yes, Jero. Yes. I'm coming there. You have jumped the ship. You have jumped the ship. Are we together? Now, in the same platform, you'll be able to repay your loans. And as Margaret has already noticed, I told you I disabled certain things because today we are doing test. Are we together? Now, the reason, and I know you'll wonder, why would I disable the loan part? Yeah, that is the critical part. There are two things. I do want people paying money today, then tomorrow come back and tell finance, can I be refunded? Are we together? You can say, I wanted to do 100, then you do 10,000. Then you realize that was your lunch or supper. Then I will be talking at the gate there, refunds. And my finance team will tell you, my friend, that one Monday. Then there will be a scuffle, isn't it? Now, for the loan part, you can also repay your loan. But as I've said, I only disable it so that we know how we can do it. The issue here is, do we know how to do it? What I'm saying is like the gospel. It came via Quran and the Hindu Bible, which I don't know the name, and the Bible. The main question is, did we get the message? Not whichever the mode. Whichever the mode doesn't matter. Whether you're online, physical, virtual, or you read the notes to understand, doesn't matter. What matters is, do you know the procedure? Yes. Now, you're way ahead. Twende polepole. Mtoto anazaliwa, anatamba, anatembea, anakimbia. Wewe unataka kuzaliwa ukimbie. Tulia. Are we together? For those who are not understanding English, I'm saying gestation period of a human being is 9 months. They take another 4 or 5 months to walk. After that, they run. So we can't jump the ship. It's a procedure. For those of Central, you call it mtaratara. Now, if you want to know your balances, again, on the loan, on the deposit, share capital, you can. But you will notice you cannot withdraw from those accounts. The only account that will be enabled, right now it is disabled because it's not AGM, it is dividend. But the rest, you can only pay. Are we together? That is on accounts. Accounts is just to show you, I have 10,000 capital share, I have 500,000 deposit, I have my Geocoin account or Monangu account. How many of us have Monangu account? By show of hands. Only one person or two. We don't love our kids. It's official. We don't love our kids. How do you pay school fee, shopping, and those pocket money and emergencies of school? How do you do it? Jesus Christ. Hatupendi watoto wetu. Even you, madam, the kid is here and you don't have a Mwanangu account. Now ufich. That's very shocking. The name is Mwanangu account. You're saving for your kid. So you want to tell me, all of you, after SACCO, your kids should fetch for themselves. No foundation. No, that is wrong. If it was done unto you, you should undo it. So you have to tell me, if your father cursed you, you will also curse your kid. Does it work the same way? Is it the same motto? My friend. And you'll grow old and you want those kids to be looking after you, and you're not looking after them now. You'll be shocked. The current generation is different. This generation working here, very different. They will ask you questions. Dad, when you're working, what did you do? Yes. I would have expected that you bring me how do you call that sheet for the school? The fee structure for the SACCO to pay, because it is 70,000 and above. But for the shopping and we have Mwanangu account for that, my friend. I'm investing in the kid so that that kid can help the generation to come. And that generation includes you. The shopping is the daily need, food, housing, clothing. Who's supposed to provide that? The parent, not the SACCO. We need to differentiate the things. This is financial knowledge. If you educate your kid, you educate them to be better so that they don't become a liability to you when you're old, isn't it? How do you make them better? That Mwanangu account, your kid should be knowing after the semesters or after the term has ended, they need to have saved something and tells you, Mommy, in that account of mine for SACCO, can you show me how we do it? So that they start learning the saving. Or you want them to be 18 and above. Most of you, I'm sure you knew about Kanisa SACCO when you were 30 and plus, isn't it? So you want them to learn the SACCO accidentally. Then you'll be blaming your kid, why are you poor? Yet the teacher did not teach. We need to change that. Ensure your Mwanangu account works. Lastly, I will not go for the profile and others. I want us to go to the loans as we finish, because our tea is getting cold. For those of you who have been keen, you'll notice that if you take time, it times out, yeah? I want us to go to the last part as I finish, which is loans. Now for loans, there's loan application, then there's my loan. For loan application, for now, I've blocked it for now. Because there will be only two loans that you can access there. The instant loan and the VUCA loan. One is 15,000 maximum, another one is 50 for 6 months. The 15,000 is 1 month. The 51, you can take it maximum 6 months or 2 depending, provided you don't surpass 6 months. So no more filling forms for 50,000 loans. Are we together? For my loans, those are the loans that you have. It will show you which product you have, and you can even check statement, mini balance, or even repay that loan. Are we together? It is a 3-step subtitles there. Whatever you want, just put the number. Don't even put the wording. Just the number, send, it takes you where you want. If you want to pay, again the withdrawal will come. Are we together? But don't worry, for those who have not understood today, there's a video that will be done. It will be shared to all of us. Natafadhali, I'm pleading with all of you. Kindly let us be reading our emails and SMS. Don't just assume that when an SMS is sent, Dennis is telling you to pay. Like today, some of you did not read the SMS, we have empty seats. Yet we were providing tea twice and lunch. And remember, those who don't attend here, again by bylaw, there's a consequence, isn't it? Use your money. Read anything that comes from the SACCO, read it. Maybe the CEO is saying we are going to give dividend advance. You have not read. Yes. Like today, CEO said, I'm going to give gifts. Those who didn't read, they're going to miss out. Asiyekwepo, injili yangu imeisha hapo.
So thank you, Dennis, our credit manager. Let's appreciate Dennis again, please. Unajua mimi ni mfupi, so lazima nipande hapa juu ndio mnione vizuri. So Dennis amewafundisha. We will take questions, at least 5. Then you will answer my questions. There were 5. Ndio tuende tukunywe chai, tukuje kwa hiyo session nyingine. So anybody with a question to Dennis? So you are writing, eh? Okay, go ahead. Your name, your membership number, then the question.
Good morning. My name is Miriam, 03634. About the GEOCO, the savings, is it just a savings or there is a deposit that can earn interest?
Thank you. Nelson?
Thank you. KS 01343. Mine is not really a question, but two things actually. First is just a compliment that this is very good development. I know we started with the portal, and it's now good to see that we are finally embracing USSD as well. So bravo to the team for getting us this far. And secondly, is just an observation on the portal. When you go to the section on, let me just open it, on savings statement, well, you can view, all the transactions on your account, but when you click the generate statement, it's not working. So I think maybe it's a technical issue that needs to be fixed, because sometimes, you need to access this offline, and if you're not able to generate that statement, then it presents a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Violet? Violet is there?
Yes, habari zenyu.
Okay, go ahead. Grace, you can give the mic to Violet, but let's start with the gentleman.
Yes, my name is Samson, 03826. Nina swali kwa Dennis pale kwa portal bado. Now just clarify about this. Wangeka option ya forget password hapo. In case mtu ame login, kuna mtu anaweza login saizi immediately amesahau password. Okay. So option ya forget password hapo haiko.
Portal or USSD?
Portal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Samson. Violet?
Yes, number 2318. I'm asking, you explained that, where is Dennis? Dennis Aniski, but I'm saying you explained that our deposit is multiplied by 4. I'm really interested to know more on that, because yangu ni kidogo, ukimultiply by 4 nitafurahi mno. So tell us more, isiwe uongo. And then I wanted to ask, now that things have gone digital and it is so easy, I've been selling our SACCO every day, and I've brought 2 members to the SACCO. Now, I'm working on my relatives in the diaspora. Now, wananiambia wakirudi wataregister. Tell me, is it possible now that they can access portal there? Is it possible they can register from wherever they are without physical visit to the office? Lastly, ulisema kitu ilinichanganya kweli, ya kwamba underage is not allowed to be a next of kin. While I know it is allowed, because there are some relatives wataenda kuongeza bibi ya pili na pesa yako, ama wataenda diani pesa ishe when the child is young, akigrow anakosa masomo. I've seen it works. Underage, sheria itakuruhusu withdraw mpaka awe grown up, mpaka aende shule. Clarify on that.
Thank you, Violet. Wilfred?
Thank you. Member number KS 00176. Mine is a suggestion to amend that next of kin place. Although Dennis talked of, I think he was stinging at men not trusting their wives, which is not necessarily the case because of enlisting their children as next of kin. It cuts both ways. But most importantly, the instances where maybe one may nominate minors, you may have a provision where you can also include a guardian when a minor is under the age of 18, because it may be that there is no direct, the mother is not there maybe, or the dad is not there. So the minor, you want the minor to be the beneficiary, but the minor may be underage. So please consider reviewing that next of kin place to provide for the guardian in the event that the minor is under the age of 18. Then also, I think the portal assigned DOBs randomly because I have checked with my neighbor here. He has been assigned a very weird date. I've also been assigned a very weird DOB. So can you consider inputting the correct information with the information that you already have in our files? Thank you.
Thank you, Wilfred. Finally.
Okay, member KSO 1940. I just wanted to inquire that I always make my payment in a lump sum, and thereafter the SACCO divides it differently. Is it now, when I now use USSD, will I be allowed to, now will it be a moment of paying differently, like savings candle, loan candle, or there is how I can still make the payment in lump sum, then the SACCO will see how to go about it? Thank you.
Thank you. We will allow Dennis to answer those ones. Then we'll take a few from the online. After that one. So let him answer.
Now, let's start with the legal matter, which is next of kin. I want to be very clear. It is not Dennis saying, it is the law. You can have an underage and have a trustee or a guardian. Are we together? When creating a trust fund, that is when now an underage comes to place. But if at your own time, you can go and Google succession law. It states that if your kid is below 18 years, the money goes to the existing parent. Are we together? That is succession law. Under the constitution of the country, this one, Kenya. How do you find an exemption of all these things? Just write a will and state that upon these people reaching this age, this money goes to 1, 2, 3. That way, the SACCO cannot release that money to an identified fund, which is being run by the government. Because this one has a owner, because there's a will. Are we together? Let's learn to work with the constitution that we have. You can have a trustee, and there's no surety that that trustee will use that money as per your own wishes, isn't it? So to make your kids be safe, let's learn to use our legal practitioners to write a will. If you have a next of kin who is underage, have your brother, your mother, or your sister as a trustee. But the percentages should be the more weight to the kid as opposed to the trustee. So if the trustee has 2%, the 98 goes to the kid. I hope I've answered. Yeah. Now, on the portal, on the USSD, I start with the USSD under savings. I know there's a technicality there. And hopefully 3 weeks from now it will be done. We will send an SMS when you can generate, the same way you generate for the loan. For the forget password, I don't know whether it was USSD or portal. There's a gentleman somewhere on the portal. Now, on the forget password, we just intertwine them, but we can still bring it on front. Under change password, if you go to the portal, there's a place for change password. It's just changing the button. That one can be done less than 3 days. That one, there's no worry. I hope yours answers Gitai. There's another person. For lump sum payment. Now, for lump sum payment, you will not be required necessarily to do split. You can take the money and put in your GeoCoin. The SACCO can initiate a standing order from your GeoCoin account to whichever account you want. But still, if it is not done as per your wish, you can still use the USSD to do the payments on your own. So it is you to choose. Do I choose the standing order side, where I place money in my GeoCoin or Monango and say transfer it to this, or do I do it on my own? It is now your prerogative to see where you fit. I hope I've answered all of them, not unless someone is phone.
Yes, there is one on GeoCoin.
Yeah. Any money you put in SACCO earns interest. Any money. Are we together? Any money you put in SACCO earns interest. Like last year, it earned 5%. So those of you who can go to your dividend slip, you can ask for dividend slip. If you have a GeoCoin account, you will see there's capital share, there's then proration of your deposit, then there's one for savings. Returns are different. If you give us money and we use it well, we must pay back. Sidio? Yes. Now, on online registration and payment, yes, you can register wherever you are, provided you have internet. You can see your accounts wherever you are, provided you have internet. The reason for the portal is to cater for the diaspora team. The USSD is for us, East Africa and stuff, yeah? For quick bucks. But for portal, majorly, is for the diaspora team. I don't know whether there are questions online.
Thank you, Dennis. I think for member registration, we are actually going to do away with physical forms, so that whether you are in America, whether you are in Dubai, you can just register online. So it is very accessible. Issues of statement as well, guarantor, application of loan, eventually they will all go to the web portal because the world is moving and we don't want to be left behind. Maybe before I take the online question, just to emphasize, for GeoCoin is a savings, so you don't need any deposit. I think you asked about the deposit. So it's your savings, and you can withdraw anytime. It's just like bank account. Many people use it to save, for holidays, maybe your school fees. In January, you just discipline yourself, put something retro every month. Ikifika December, you come for your money because that one is withdrawable. And like Dennis has said, we will give you interest for that. Before we take the online question, I just want to say that even if you are stuck while Dennis was teaching, even if you didn't get to whatever point, please feel free to come to us. The staff will assist you. I know there are many people who have challenges with their phone numbers, emails. So all this, you give us the correct information so that you don't necessarily need to be calling the office for you to access your statement or to check if you can guarantee someone or the people you have guaranteed whether they are paying. You just access the portal and you're able to get information that you require. Issues of USSD. is that there are 2 loans, short-term loans, that we are going to move to the USSD. So there will be no physical application of VUCA, which is Sukuma Mwezi, for those people who know it, and instant loan. We're just going to do it the way the banks or the Mshwari or the KCB M-Pesa or the Talas of this world do it. So it will be instant. If it is instant, it's instant, as long as you qualify. And once we launch, because we have trained you on that, we're just now going to send an email to say now you can access Sukuma Mwezi or instant loan via USSD. So it is very important. This one is open even to people without, you know, the phone, the touch. Huh? Even Dennis called it Katururu. Yeah, Kamulika Mwizi. That one is open, USSD. You can even apply for a loan through that, and you get. So these ones, if you need more information, we are going to train you one-on-one. Visit us. If you see me anywhere, you come. For those with challenges, come to the office so that we are able to solve that. So we take the online and then we move from there.
Yeah, we have one question from, she's online. Maureen, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Penny, for the great presentation. I had a question about the portal, especially on the status of the loans guaranteed. Initially, when the portal was launched, it was easier to see the status of the loans guaranteed. But right now, when I look at the portal on the dashboard, under the loans guaranteed, that is missing. So maybe you can consider adding it there. Thank you.
So I think it's just recommendation. We are going to look into that. Dennis, I hope you have heard that one. So we move forward. Is there any other question? So anybody who had a challenge accessing the portal? Let me see by show of hands. Accessing the portal. Elvis, at least your case I know. So all these cases we are going to solve. USSD? All right. So we are going to solve those cases. These cards we have given you, you have the code, the USSD code there. But at the other side of these cards, for us to enhance communication challenges, because I know majority of the people said, at times they call the office, either there is no answer, or they are kept waiting for long. Of course, when an officer is attending someone else, or is on a different call, it takes time. All the calls were getting through to us through the reception. We have tried to come up with a solution so that if you have a specific question or a targeted question to the credit team, there are numbers that will go direct to the credit department. If you have a question on the update of, you know, your receipts, payments, finance, we have given numbers that will go direct to the finance department. So you don't necessarily need to call the reception. You don't necessarily need to go through other departments to access the department that you need. So please utilize these cards. We sent the same information via email. So we just wanted to clarify on that. So make use of those numbers. So if you want finance, there are those 2 numbers there. If you want credit matters, loan application, 2 numbers, then the general inquiries. But again, we would want to minimize these calls as much as possible. That's why we want you people to utilize the web portal and the USSD. So you don't necessarily need to send an email for us to send you a statement when you can be in a position to download it yourself. So that is where we are coming in. I know there is also
I know.
Sorry for that. I know there is also the issue of late update of accounts. With the USSD, for those people who are paying via M-Pesa, it is going to be synchronized in such a way that it will auto-update your accounts. So it is going to be synchronized with the M-Pesa and the ERP that we are using. So once you pay, immediately it updates your account. Sio ni maendeleo? Yeah, so that's what we want, so that we can move to the next level. Our wish is to fully automate our services so that we remain effective and efficient. Now, for this time before we break for tea, anyone with whatever question, you can ask our staff outside there. We are going to address it. So I asked several questions. Unfortunately, Violet, you are not there, and I know you could have answered one, so you are just going to listen. That is the price of coming late. So the first question I asked was about at least 7 products and their interest rates. Who is ready to answer that one? Hey, Alfred, you must have Googled. But let's hear from you. I know very fast. Hakuna kusita-sita. Bring my gifts. I think I came with my gifts. They're somewhere.
Okay. The loan products are emergency loan, 1% per month. Development loan, 1.042 per month. Instant loan, 3% per month. VUCA loan, 10% deducted upfront. Elimu loan, 1% per month. Principal loan, 1%. Mali loan, 1% per month.
Let's clap for Albert. Kuna mtu amesikia yenye hajui? Bona amukuinua mkono basi. So thank you, Albert. You can give him his gift. So we have so many loans with us at Kanisa. One is emergency loan is 1% per month. Development loan is 12.5 per annum, which you pay within a period of 8 years, 96 months. And I had Violet asking about the number of times. We multiply by 4. So if you have 500,000, you can comfortably come for 2 million. And you pay within 8 years. I will talk about something about in regards to development loan. There is a principal loan, 48 months, 1%. Emergency loan, I already said. Elimu, 24. Is it 24 months? Yes. So, Elimu, or 24 months, is 1%. We still have Vision at 13%. Mjengo at 12.5%. Yo unalipa na 6 years. Vision the same. VUCA and Instant are the ones that I said we are going to transition them to the USSD so that you don't need to bring in the 3-pay slip, the KRA, and all those things to access those short-term loans. The second question was the difference between a bank and a SACCO, at least 3 differences. And because I'm being reminded about time, we need to move fast. Who want to answer that one? What is the difference between a bank and a SACCO? Esther. Please give the mic to Esther. And if there is anyone online, you can also let us know. David.
I think I would note two differences. The first one is with the bank, maybe you may be subjected to fluctuated interest. I think if the SACCO says it's 12% per year, that's constant. But for the bank, it's not a guarantee that it will remain at maybe 12% per annum. Another positive difference is for the bank, the interest you give to the bank will never get back to you. As in, even if you keep your deposits with the bank for a whole year, even if you keep money in a bank account for a whole year, you'll never benefit from the interest they're reaping from you if you're paying a loan with them. But for the SACCO, the interest you pay on your loans gets back to your pocket at the end of the year as dividends. So that's the positive thing of encouraging us to take loans with the SACCO, because the interest they make, they share it back to us at the end of the year as dividends. Yeah. So you still stand to benefit from what is getting away from you as interest. Yeah.
One final one. There are three, at least three, but fair enough. Let's hear from Violet. But let's clap for Esther.
Yeah, SACCOs, they're interested in developing communities, while banks are profit-oriented. They're only interested in profit. Like now, most of our SACCO officials, they know us by name, they know us well. Banks, they're interested in money, and that is all. Another very important thing, when I had a loan, corona imekuja nikapata shida kulipa, SACCO, they have a listening ear. I came, I spoke to them, and they listen. Bank, hawana time na wewe, watakujia friji yako.
Let's appreciate Violet. Sasa nyinyi, we'll see what to do with your reward. But first, banks are companies, SACCOs are cooperatives. Two, banks are owned by individuals who are the directors. Who owns the SACCO? Members. Banks, like Esther said, they can review their interest rates anytime, and there is nothing that you can do about it. Right now, we saw majority of them have already done it. They are at 26, 23, 24%. Sinivo. I know people who have come to me who wants to be rescued from the bank, issues. The SACCO will still remain at 12, the most is 13%. And we cannot change interest before coming to you. Who is the supreme decision-making organ in a SACCO? Is the members in the banks? Is the directors, the shareholders, or the owners? Sindio? So, and it is because of this, and we are aware of the turbulent economic times that we are in. And we also are aware of the issues of the tax and the finance bill which is coming, that we will soon be announcing a free loan restructuring kwa wale watu payslip zao zitaenda chini ya third, na wale watu watakuwa wamelemewa na mizigo. So jooni kwetu, we are going to look at it, and we are also going to save you from the banks. So restructuring is that you can extend your period of repayment, and we are not going to charge you anything. For those with the bank loans, kuja tuonge, because things are not going to calm down even in the nearest future. That one I can assure you. You see the market is not doing well. Are we together? Then I will only ask one. The other two, I'll come back later on. So the one that I want us to answer is on what event, CSR event, did we have last year? And where did we do it? Mko wengi sana. So you must, because she is the one who lifted the hand first, but I'll give you an opportunity if she doesn't get it right. So let's hear from her.
My name is Judy, member number KS 03283. The event was tree planting na tulikuwa KU Referral Hospital.
Okay, name the hospital properly. Yes, of course it is KU Referral Hospital, but it has a lot of T's in it and R's. Kenyatta University. Okay, I give to the gentleman behind.
My name is Dennis, member number KSO 3679. The last CSR we did at Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, we did a tree planting activity. Thank you.
Let's clap for the two people who have them. So the rest, hizo zingine mbili tutafanya after we've had the next presenter. But for Violet, Dennis, what's your name again? Judy and Esther. Mnione niko na zawadi zenu. Asanteni, I think we can now break for lunch. I hope it's ready. Richard, confirm? Tea? It's ready. Okay, sawa. It's tea. So we are only going to take 15 minutes. We can pick our tea and come back. that was formed back in 1981 by the Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC by then they were 18. Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC. By then there were 18 of them members with a total deposit of 200,000. As we speak now, it changed from a prayer-based community because majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk from the 18 initial members, currently we are talking of almost 4,000 members.
Kanisa SACCO offers diverse products and services to our members, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, where our members are also able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
As far as members are concerned, you show them this education just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely, and of course you show them that it's important to repay promptly.
Customer focus to school, we pay the school. So ours is to, you dream it, we build it. If you want a house, we build it for you. If you want a car, we deliver it. If you want to go to school, we pay the school.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing.
At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
Those are loans, education loans, development loan, but it depends with your need. Even your need with socio-economic loans like instant house and VUCA loans. Those are loans that are emergency kind of. If you want but it depends with your need. Your need will determine which product you take. If you want a house, we give you development loan for 9 years. If you want a car, we give you a car loan for 4 years. If you want land, we can give you either mjengo or revision loan.
With the variety of loan products and services that we offer at Kanisa SACCO, we ensure that all members' needs are met financially, and this makes it the ideal SACCO for your financial journey.
Cater for their emergencies, they have built their homes, others have educated their kids, they have been able to cater for their emergencies. We've bought vehicles for people. That is one of the major goals, where you uplift the society and the well-being of our members.
Through our web portal, you can be a member, you can register, so there's no need of getting team walking or you walking into field, whichever the place you are in to buy your Kenya, you can't be a member. On the same portal, you can be able to apply for a loan, so you don't need to fill a lot of paperwork, you just do it through the portal and it will be approved. Our system is so robust, it gives you ability to know every process where you're supposed to. Let's say it is under appraisal, it will tell you your loan is being appraised, if it is approved, again an SMS will come to you. And even when it is posted, it tells you when it is posted and how much you are supposed to pay, inclusive of the starting date of the repayment.
We recently celebrated our 40th anniversary, where we were looking at our journey. We won awards at the adjudication ceremony. Best Managed SACCO, Best Improved SACCO.
Right now, Kanisa is regulated by SASRA. It gives members the confidence that the government is looking at their investment into the SACCO and the institution by the returns that we make to the government, just to check how we are managing the SACCO and the institution in general.
We've endeavored to fulfill our corporate social responsibility. We visited different children's homes, we've donated books, we visited hospitals, we have visited even homes for the elderly, where every year we have dedicated that day to supporting and giving back to the community.
The future for the SACCO looks great. Actually, if you look at the market, market right now, where the bank rates are over 18%, means majority of the people are running back to the SACCO because SACCO interests are more stable. For the people who would want to join Kanisa, they can try us, they can check our website to be in a position to see the testimonies from those who have already benefited from us.
Let's build our economic base through savings and borrowing.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC. By then there were 18 of them members with a total deposit of 200,000. As we speak now, it's changed from a prayer-based to community-based, because majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk from the 18 initial members, currently we are talking almost 4,000 members.
Kanisa SACCO offers diverse products and services to our members, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, where our members are also able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
As far as members are concerned, we contribute education, just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely, and of course you show them that it's important to repay promptly.
Customer focus. To school, so ours is to you dream it, we build it. If you want a house, it has remained stable. You want a car, we deliver it. If you want to go to school, we pay the school.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing.
At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
Those are celebration loans, development loan, car loan. It depends on even your need socio-economic loans like instant loans and VUCA loans. Those are loans that are emergency kind of. But it depends with your need. Your need will determine which plan to take. If you want a house, we give you development loan for 9 years. If you want a car, we give you a car loan for 4 years. If you want land, we can give you either mjengo or revision loan.
With the variety of loan products and services that we offer at Kanisa SACCO, we ensure that all members' needs are met financially, and this makes it the ideal SACCO for your financial journey.
Cater for their emergencies, they have built their homes, others have educated their kids, they have been able to cater for their emergencies. We've bought vehicles for people. That is one of the major goals, where you uplift the society and the well-being of our members.
Through our web portal, you can be a member, you can register, so there's no need of you can be able to apply for you, so you don't need to feel whichever the place you are in Dubai or Kenya, you can be a member. On the same portal, you can be able to apply for a loan, so you don't need to fill a lot of paperwork, you just do it through the portal and it will be approved. Our system is so robust, it gives you ability to know every process where your loan is. Let's say it is under appraisal, it will tell you your loan is appraised, if it is approved, that your NSLS will come to you. And even when it is posted, it tells you when it is posted and how much you are supposed to pay, inclusive of the starting date of the repayment.
We recently celebrated our 40th anniversary, where we were looking at our journey. We won awards at the adjudication ceremony. Best Managed SACCO, Best Improved SACCO.
Right now, Kanisa is regulated by SASRA. It gives members the confidence that the government is looking at their investment into the SACCO. And by the returns that we make to the government, just to check how we are managing the SACCO and the institution in general.
We've endeavored to fulfill our corporate social responsibility. We visited different children's homes, we donated books, we visited hospitals, we have visited even homes for the elderly, where every year we have dedicated that day to supporting or giving back to the community.
The future for the SACCO looks great. Actually, you look at the market right now, where the bank rates are over 18%, means majority of the people are running back to the SACCO because SACCO interests are more stable. For the people who would want to join Kanisa, they can try us. They can check our website, they'll be in a position to see the testimonies from members who have already benefited from us.
Let's build our economic base through savings and borrowing.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1991 by the staff of ACC.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC. By then there were 18 of them members with a total deposit of 200,000. As we speak now, it changed from employer-based to community-based because majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk from the 18 initial members, currently we are talking of almost 4,000 members today.
Kanisa SACCO offers diverse products and services to our members, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, where our members are also able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
As far as members are concerned, we do continuous education, just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely, and of course you show them that it's important to pay promptly.
Customer focus. You want to go to school? So ours is to you dream it, you build it. If you want a house, it has remained stable. If you want a car, you deliver it. If you want to go to school, you pay the school.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing.
At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
There's education loan, development loan, car loan, but it depends with even socio-economic loans like instant loan, house, those are loans that are emergency kind of. But it depends with your need. Your need will determine which program to take. If you want a house, we give development loan for 9 years. If you want a car, we give you a car loan for 4 years. If you want land, we can give you either mjengo or vision loan.
With the variety of loan products and services that we offer at Kanisa SACCO, we ensure that all members' needs are met financially, and this makes it the ideal SACCO for your financial journey.
We've seen so many members
cater for their emergencies.
They have built their homes, others have educated their kids. They have been able to cater for their emergencies. We bought vehicles for people. That is one of the major problems, where you uplift the society and the well-being of our members.
Through our web portal, you can be a member, you can register. So there's no need of our marketing team working for you, working. So you don't need to, whichever the place you are, be it Dubai or Kenya, you can be a member. On the same portal, you can be able to apply for a loan. So you don't need to fill a lot of paperwork. You just do it through the portal and it will be approved. Our system is so robust, it gives you ability to know every process where your loan is. Let's say it is under appraisal, it will tell you your loan is being appraised. If it is approved again, an SMS will come to you. And even when it is posted, it tells you when it is posted and how much you are supposed to pay, inclusive of the starting date of the repayment.
We recently celebrated our 40th anniversary. Here we are looking at our journey. We won awards at the adjudication ceremony. Best managed SACCO, best improved SACCO.
Right now, Kanisa is regulated by SASRA. It gives members the confidence that the government is looking at their investment into the SACCO by the returns that we make to the government, just to check how we are managing the SACCO and the institution in general.
We've endeavored to fulfill our corporate social responsibility. We visited different children's homes, we've donated books, we visited hospitals,
Members,
we have visited even homes for the elderly, where every year we have dedicated that day to supporting or giving back to the community.
The future for the SACCO looks great.
Turudi
Actually,
ndani.
look at the market right now.
Tafadhali turudi ndani kwa hall.
Bank rates are over 18%. Means majority of the people are back to the SACCO because SACCO interests are more stable. For the people who would want to join Kanisa, they can try us. They can check our website. They'll be in a position to see the test.
Hello, members. Turudi ndani kwa hall.
From us.
Let's build our economic base through savings and borrowing.
Hello, members. Turudi ndani. You can carry your tea with you and continue inside.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC. By then there were 18 of them.
Members, please come back into the hall. The second session is about to start.
As we speak now, change from a prayer-based to community-based. The majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk, from the 18 initial members, currently we are talking of almost 4,000 members today.
Kanisa SACCO offers diverse products and
Turudi ndani ya hall, tafadhali.
services, from loan services, loan product-related services, include even
Hello, members.
with other service providers.
Turudi ndani ya hall.
Able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
As far as members are concerned, we do continuous education just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely.
We are starting the second session. Please come inside the hall.
Customer focus is going to go to school. So ours is to, you dream it, we build it. If you want a house, we build it for you. You want a car, we deliver it. If you want to go to school, we pay the school fee.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued to grow, and membership keeps on growing.
At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
We are starting the second session.
Even socio-economic loans like instant loan and local loans. Those are loans that are emergency kind of. But it depends with your need. Your need will determine which product you take. If you want a house, we give you development loan for 9 years. If you want a car, we give you a car loan for 4 years. If you want land, we can give you either mjengo or revision loan.
With the variety of loan products and services that we offer at Kanisa SACCO, we ensure that all members' needs are met financially, and this makes it the ideal SACCO for your financial journey.
We've seen so many members come to us. They have built their homes, others have educated their kids, they have been able to cater for their emergencies. We've bought vehicles for people. That is one of the major goals, where you uplift the society and the well-being of our members.
Through our web portal, you can be a member, you can register. So there's no need of our marketing team working or you working from whichever the place you are, be it Dubai or Kenya, you can be a member. On the same portal, you can be able to apply for a loan. So you don't need to fill a lot of paperwork, you just do it through the portal and it will be approved. Our system is so robust, it gives you ability to know every process where your loan is. Let's say it is under appraisal, it's literally your loan is being appraised. If it is approved, again an SMS will come to you. And even when it is posted, it tells you when it is posted and how much you are supposed to pay, inclusive of the starting date of the repayment.
We recently celebrated our 40th anniversary, where we were looking at our journey. We won awards at the adjudication ceremony. Best Managed SACCO, Best Improved SACCO.
Right now, Kanisa is regulated by SASRA, It gives members the confidence that the government is looking at their investment into the SACCO by the returns that we make to the government, just to check how we are managing the SACCO and the institution in general.
We've endeavored to fulfill our corporate social responsibility. We visited different children's homes, we've donated books, we visited hospitals, we have visited even homes for the elderly, where every year we have dedicated that day to supporting or giving back to the community.
The future for the SACCO looks great. Actually, if you look at the market right now, where the bank rates are over 18%, means majority of the people are running back to the SACCO because SACCO interests are more stable. For the people who would want to join Kanisa, they can try us, they can check our website, be in a position to see the testimonials from members who have already benefited from us.
Let's build our economic base through savings and borrowing.
So we are back for the next session. This session, we are going to talk about beneficial borrowing. Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 none other than Roy, by the staff of AACC. By then there were 18 of them members, with a total deposit of 200,000. As we speak now, it's changed from a prayer-based to community-based, because majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk from the 18 initial members, and great way, with a unique great potential in order to achieve unique greatness. He practically coaches, trains, and consults on financial literacy, business development, and other life skills and for individuals, family, businesses, and other organizations, with a view of helping them to improve their relationship with money and build capacities. So he conducts one-on-one coaching session, including debt clinics. Last year, you remember, he taught us about surviving the turbulent economic times. So where he meets, he listens, he advises, and journeys together with those who need help in financial and other aspects of life. Roy also publishes periodic inspirational articles. He has published 7 titles: Relate Well, Live Well, Confronting Fear, You Can Do Better, Debt is Good Only If You Master It, Breaking Free from the Trap of Debt, Managing My Money, and Staying Financially Afloat. Roy is a very regular panelist on various TVs and radio station shows, discussing financial, personal, and family and business development concerns. So he's a founder of Focus Universal and training, coaching, and consulting company. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our coach, Mr. Roy Okonji. Let's clap for Roy as he comes to present. So karibu, coach.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Please confirm if I'm supposed to be stationed here. This is where I'm supposed to be. Oh, hi. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Good morning. You're well? Fantastic. Good to see you again. It's always a pleasure having an opportunity to interact with you and with any new person. Like you've heard, my work is basically to help people, as I help myself, to improve our relationships with money, our money. And so I'm excited because we have an opportunity to talk about our money. You will be talking about your money as I talk about my money in the process, right? Because every one of us can only manage their money. I can't manage yours, you can't manage mine, isn't it? I know we have interacted before several times. We've had chance to share on several areas of financial literacy. Last year, if I'm not wrong, we spoke about how to survive and thrive in tough economic seasons. And we tried to make it as practical as possible. And I'm happy that today we have a chance to also say something else. And like it has been said, we'll be talking about beneficial borrowing. Beneficial borrowing. You see, when we talk about the SACCO, in the definition of the word SACCO, we find two very important things. We find the savings side, and we also find the credit side. Different people have experienced different things as they interact with the savings side and as they interact with the credit side. But allow me to begin by saying, as you join a SACCO, you have already joined, one of the first things you need to do is to know why you joined that particular SACCO. There are many people who are SACCO members, but they don't know why they joined the SACCO. Of course, they are better than those who are not members of any SACCO, but it pays a lot to know why you joined that SACCO. There are many things you can gain from being a member of a SACCO. One of them being that you can be able to save your money, right? So there are those who join the SACCO as a savings vehicle to help them save their money. And we know that when we save our money in the SACCO, we have some bit of security in terms of if my discipline is a bit wanting. If I would have put my money in the bank and I have an ATM card, I can quickly access it every time I see a new shoe and I want to buy, isn't it? But if you wanted to access your SACCO savings, it will take some process, right? Probably the appetite will have gone. Okay. Then you can also benefit from investments if you are a SACCO member. I know every year the SACCO pays you something on your savings and on your core capital portion in the name of dividends. But I've also seen your SACCO come up with projects, and some of you have benefited from those projects. Real estate projects, pieces of land being sold somewhere, and you're given priority. That you can also benefit from the SACCO. You can also benefit from member education, like what we are doing today. So if you became a SACCO member and you did not do any other thing, you only saved money, but you decided to be attending member education days, you are also a serious beneficiary of the SACCO. And then there is this one that has brought us here today, the credit aspect, the borrowing aspect. There is someone who joins the SACCO because the SACCO will allow him or her to be able to borrow money. Again, different people have different experiences when it comes to their interaction with the borrowing aspect of the SACCO. I don't know what your own experience has been, but I want to invite you to join me as we journey down this lane. I want you to be looking at your own experience. Whether you have borrowed or you are yet to borrow or just about to borrow, I want you to look at your own story as we talk about this. My prayer is that a time will come when you look back and thank God that you became a member of Kanisa SACCO, and not be like a few people that I've met who are pointing, accusing fingers towards their SACCOs and saying, this SACCO messed me. And then when I ask them, how did the SACCO mess you? And they tell me, this SACCO messed me, they gave me money, and now I can't pay, I am trapped in debt, because they were dangling loans in my face like this. And I asked them, did the SACCO come to you with a gun, and they forced you to borrow? And then we must come to a level where we realize we have responsibility of the choices we make around our money stories. So today we will narrow down to the credit side, but I begin by asking us a simple question. Is debt good or bad? Yes? You can shout if you can, or a microphone can come your way. You can lift your hand. I can see some microphone.
Debt is good if it is managed well.
Debt is good if it is managed well. Someone else? There's some hand.
I can say that debt is good because when you are stranded, it assisted you somewhere.
Okay, when you were stranded, it helped you somewhere, right? Thank you.
I would say it depends.
It depends.
Why are you borrowing? With the why. After you borrow, what are you going to do with the money?
Right.
So I would say it can be good. It can also be bad.
It can be good. It can also be bad. Thank you, thank you. I think that's fair enough. The truth is exactly as you have heard. There is no absolute answer as to whether debt is good or debt is bad. The goodness or badness of debt depends with the choices that you make before you borrow, during borrowing, and after borrowing. That gives your debt the definition it will carry as to whether it will be good or as to whether it will be bad. Some of us will borrow blindly. Some of us will borrow recklessly. Some of us will do what I did in the past, and some of you know my story very well. For the sake of those that may not know, I am still the only award-winning borrower this side of the universe, holding a very expensive trophy that was given to me by one of my Shylocks, just one of them, there were many, for being the most trustworthy borrower and for continued business. I will not go into the details of that story because debt is one of my pet subjects, but I got messed up big time. And that time I was a bank staff. I'm a former banker. Outwardly, I used to appear so well-doing in life, but the truth is I was dying silently. And that's the story of many people. That story has been aired on media very many times, and every time it's aired, the number of calls and messages I receive, I cannot count. People saying, that is my story. That is my story. But I thank God that through it, I was creating the content that we can now share. The truth is that there is nothing wrong with debt. But there is everything wrong with approaching debt blindly. Borrowing just because you can access. Like I said, I wouldn't want to meet you and you are regretting that you are where you are because of the SACCO or because of the Shylock or because of the bank, yet you walked with your own 2 feet and you went to them. But allow me to remind you also that while debt is neither good nor bad absolutely, something called the trap of debt is absolutely bad. When you are trapped in debt, your world turns upside down. You've heard people talk about the trap of debt. You've heard people even say this country is trapped in debt, isn't it? And sometimes when we talk about the trap of debt, some people think we are talking about something that relates to a special group of people. How I wish that was true. Allow me to define what the trap of debt is. The trap of debt is simply a situation where repayment of debt becomes either difficult or impossible. You've been owing some people money. You've been paying well. But today, the repayment day has come. They want their money. And you find yourself wondering, sijui nilipe yote ama nilipe nusu? Have you ever gotten to that point? Don't worry, we are not talking about you. But in my trainings, I use the pointer you. So when I say you and it's not you, don't worry. Just bring your neighbor who is not here and receive on their behalf. Or you find yourself wondering, sijui nilipe yote ama nilipe nusu? There are moments like those ones, isn't it? When you start having those conversations, those are signs that things are beginning to get not so interesting in your money story. Now, if you don't do anything about it, it degenerates into a very bad state, a state that I lived in for very many years, where you start borrowing from here to pay here, to borrow again to pay there, to borrow again to pay there, so that you can eventually borrow to survive. And if you found yourself where I was, because the day I received that trophy was the day my eyes opened, and that's why I don't regret really receiving that trophy, because it helped me begin the journey that has led me to where I am today. The day I received that trophy is the day I discovered that I was owing a multitude of people, and I've shared this with some of you. That was the day I discovered that I was owing a record 86 lenders. And that's where my recovery story started from. But we will not go that direction today. Today we are talking about the positive side of debt. How can you use debt for it to benefit you? That's why we are calling it beneficial borrowing. When you come to the SACCO and you want to apply for that loan, whichever kind of loan, they have very many. Someone just received a present for mentioning 7. You mentioned 7, right? And that was not all. We still had a few others, isn't it? Right. So when you choose to come here for whichever, later on you need to look back and say, I am happy I went for it. Unfortunately, many people look back and regret that they went for it. So today we want to see, what can we do so that we minimize the regrets? So that when we check back, we say it was a good thing that we went that direction. The trap of debt is your biggest enemy you want to avoid at all costs. Before I get into beneficial borrowing, let me just quickly tell you why the trap of debt is so dangerous. The trap of debt will affect every side of your life. And I like looking at life holistically. When I'm teaching about what I call work-life choices, what you fondly call work-life balance, I like dividing life into 4 parts. 4 parts. And the first part is your health. Very crucial part. The second part is your relationships or your social life. Then you have your career life, because God created workers in each one of us. Then we have your financial life. When you are trapped in debt, each of these 4 areas of your life will be paralyzed. You stop seeing meaning in life. Look at your health. You know, health has many components. We can break it down into a lot of other sub-components. We can talk about mental health. We can even go deeper, talk about emotional health separately. We can talk about spiritual health. We can talk about physical health. That's where it starts from. The physical you that we are seeing here today. The trap of debt has a way of affecting this physical body that we are seeing here. Physical health is about diet, largely, and fitness. Diet is what you eat, how you eat, when you eat. Most importantly, if you eat. When you're trapped in debt, we don't take it for granted when you're able to put food on the table. I can tell you that for sure. When you're trapped in debt, I like saying, you will attend nutrition seminars. They will teach you how to live healthy. You will write very interesting notes, but when you get home, reality dawns that it's not about the beautiful notes you wrote. It's about what your pocket can afford. That's the reality. That's how it begins to eat your physical health. When you're trapped in debt, needless to say, you cannot even afford a gym subscription. That is a lot of luxury. Of course, you will argue that you can jog along the highways like I see some of us do, which is a good thing. But I have imagined even further that while you are jogging along the highways with your earphones plugged in the way you do and you're listening to your beautiful music, and a call pierces through the music. You know, your phone was created to receive calls more than to play music. So when a call comes, music must wait. So I have imagined that you're jogging and a call pierces through the music, and so you remove your phone to see. Then you realize it's the person you promised to pay yesterday, but you didn't pay. The psyche for jogging goes down. You quickly change direction and speed and walk towards home. You and I know how hard it is to marshal energy to start working out again. Mentally speaking, when you're trapped in debt, you're absent-minded a lot of times. You are no longer yourself. You go to your house, your mind is always processing answers to the people you owe money. Your children and spouse are looking at you, they are talking to you, but you're not there. It affects you at the workplace. Emotionally speaking, you are at your lowest moment when you're trapped in debt. These days you get angered so fast. Sorry, I needed to give you a disclaimer that when I'm talking about these things, chances are there that I will pinch you not once, not twice. Please, when I pinch you, don't take it personal. Take it as a wake-up call. Sawa sawa. Tuendelee ama tuendelee? Tuendelee. Sawa. All right. These days you get angered so fast. There are some things people would do to you and you would smile. If you're working somewhere, you're employed somewhere, these days when a colleague moves a file, the desk is still one, a colleague moves a file from this corner and they place it on this other corner of the same desk, you pick a fight. And people in the office are wondering, what is wrong with this one? Sometimes when I speak to couples, and also when I speak to men in their conferences, I like saying that when a family is trapped in debt, or when a man, for example, is trapped in debt, when you come home and your spouse gives you a very simple statement, the little English I know tells me that we don't answer statements, we answer questions, right? You get home and your spouse makes an innocent statement. It is not a new statement, you've been hearing it. So your spouse tells you, unga imeisha. Does that sound like a question? It's a statement, isn't it? Unga imeisha. Before they even finish, you start answering, you even set your own questions and even answer them. Oh, unga inachukua siku ngapi kwa hii nyumba? You people are feeding the neighbors without my knowledge. Chances are high that unga still takes the same number of days it has been taking. But that statement was made at your lowest emotional moment. Many of us, when you're trapped in debt, we want to isolate ourselves. We don't want to appear in front of people. Tunashangaa tukikanyaga nyanya itakuwaje. Right? But we forget that isolation leads to termination. The chances I've had to speak to people who are having suicidal tendencies, and my inbox is full of messages from people who have decided that they're giving up because of financial pressure. When I have a chance to share to have a word with some of them, many of them have confessed that suicidal thoughts usually crowd their minds when they're alone, when they have isolated themselves. That's just a bit about how it affects your health. Your social life, your relationships will be affected. Many people used to be tighter than tight. Today they can't see eye to eye because one gave the other money, the other was struggling with debt, they were not able to repay, their friendship ended. They say there's an American saying that says, before you borrow money from a friend, decide what you need most, the money or the friendship. Marriages, which are the biggest entities in the world of relationships, are on the line today because of the trap of debt. Very many investment groups have broken. I've been invited times without number to speak to groups that are breaking, that have gone to court or are contemplating going to court because some of the officials who are struggling with debt decided to embezzle the group money. Your career will not be spared. When you're trapped in debt, you can't concentrate to work. Like I said, you are absent-minded. Sometimes I pity your boss if you're employed and you're trapped in debt. Your boss comes and gives you verbal instructions. Work on this file and bring it to me on Wednesday. So Wednesday comes, nothing. Thursday, Friday, nothing. Monday, the boss comes to your desk. Where is that file? And you're also looking at the boss. Which one, sir? But I gave you a file to work on. Aye, boss, I think there's a problem somewhere. Do you know what? Both of you are right. Your boss is right factually, but you're also right mentally. At the point the instructions were given, you were absent-minded. Do you think you will keep that job? Some people have been tempted to even steal where they work. Those people who handle petty cash and you're trapped in debt, it's a big temptation. Sometimes I even wonder how I survived in the bank when I was in that state. I think God was just protecting me for this mission. The temptations were high. There was a season when I was in the investigation department, and I cannot count the number of people who lost their jobs because they were tempted to defraud the bank because of their struggles with debt. I'm painting a picture and justifying why we must then learn beneficial borrowing. Your financial life will not be spared. When you are trapped in debt, everything financial loses meaning. You come to a SACCO education day like this one, speakers will come here, they talk to you about savings, about investment, but you are seated there and wondering, Yani, people still save in this country. You mean there are people who invest in this country with the finance bill and all these things? The truth is that the gospel of saving and investment will never lose meaning. It's just that your situation cannot allow you to make meaning out of it. When you are trapped in debt, your income account becomes porous. Ni kama imetobolewa mashimo. It loses its money holding capacity. Money gets in, but you can't see the money. It becomes a transit account where money only comes to report that I also passed through here. Some time back, there was a joke that was doing rounds on social media. Some of you have seen that joke. With humility, I participated in its creation. And we were talking about the different types of incomes. I don't know which one is yours. There is an income that we called the onion income, or the onion salary if you are employed. This is the type of income that when you receive, you look at it, you start shedding tears. Because you're looking at the number of hands waiting for it, and you're looking at its size. Tears just begin to roll. There is an income that we called the magical income. This one, when it comes, you touch it like this, it disappears. You know, when you've just earned money, maybe you are not at work, your friends have told you, the white smoke has been seen. And so you go to the nearest ATM and you check out your first 1,000. I don't know why we start with 1,000. And that's it. You just touched and the money disappeared. The magical income. There is an income that we call the amnesic income. This one you don't remember how you spent it, but it's not there. Have you ever arrested yourself when money is gone? That's the time you have pen and paper. You're trying to scratch your head. What did I do with this money? And then you try remembering. I used 200 to buy tea. I used bus fare, 200. But that's the end of story. You say end of thinking capacity. But the money is finished. But your head can't tell you where the money went. But that's not interesting. What is interesting is what I hear you say at the end of it. At least sikutumia vibaya. How kutumia vibaya? Yes, but the money is gone. So does it matter whether you used it well or not? Because you can't even say what you used it on. There is an income we call the storm income. This one you stopped caring when it will come or when it will go. After all, it leaves you the same. Okay? Then there was an income we called the virtual income. This one only exists in records. If you went to your employer, if you are employed, there's a record saying this one is part of us, is one of our staff members. We pay him or her this much. If you went to your bank or your SACCO account, there is a corresponding record that says, yes, the money that was sent was received here. But if you ask them or their fingers to say a story about how that money feels, there is nothing to say. Everyone in your community respects you. There are scaries at the gates where you live and where you work. They salute you every day. They call you boss. They call you madam. They keep wondering, this boss and this madam cannot even give a tip of 20 shillings. The truth is you don't have. The trap of what? Debt. I'm just showing you why this is your biggest enemy in the world of debt. Debt entirely is not your enemy. Your enemy is the trap of debt. If there's something you need to do, is to try and avoid, as you borrow money, avoid getting trapped in debt. You see, sometimes when your mind is gone, we said it can affect you mentally, you start doing what people will call silly things. And I did a lot of these silly things, a lot during those years, a lot of them. Sometimes lenders call you and you don't have money. And many of you will realize and remember that the Bible reminded us that the borrower becomes a slave to the lender, isn't it? You see, in the world of borrowing, if you owe someone money, when they call you and you refuse to pick, the truth is the message is already home. True or false? Ukitoa simu uone ni yeye, si unajua ni nini anataka. So it doesn't matter really. Whether you pick or not, you have gotten the message. So sometimes your message, your mind gets taken captive. And you can do what this brother did here. So the guy is trying to fix a meal. But he promised to pay someone money yesterday. He was not able to pay. And you know, when you're in that state, you make a lot of promises that are very empty. So the person calls him. The mind has gone. So I don't know how many phones you have fried in your life, or people around you have fried. I fried very many phones during that phase. That is the phase where you are driving and someone is crossing the road, you are hooting, but you're wondering whether they are hearing or not. Have you ever found people, you're hooting for them, but they can't really hear, they can't do anything? Their mind has traveled. It's not with them. The trap of debt. Another time when we have chance to talk about what I call curative debt management, then we will get deeper. But today I want us to talk about beneficial borrowing, which in a way is the preventive debt management. If you want to benefit from your borrowing from the SACCO and from any other place, there is a way you have to learn approaching borrowing. When we talk about beneficial borrowing, we are talking about a type of borrowing that allows you to benefit from the debt. There are some people, when you ask them whether they benefited from their last borrowing, they can't really answer you affirmatively. Because they are looking back and probably they are regretting. It is the type of borrowing that also prevents you from struggling with debt repayment. You know, if you just borrow for the sake of borrowing, the struggles I've explained will be at your doorstep. I remember back in the day, my borrowing appetite was at a level that I cannot describe. If you were my friend and you behaved in a manner likely to suggest that you had money that you didn't know what to do with, I would very easily suggest that you give me that money and even promise to pay you with something on top. But see where it landed me. I wouldn't want anyone to land there. When we talk about beneficial borrowing, we are talking about a type of borrowing that allows you to borrow only what you can afford. Only what you can afford. And by the way, who knows what you can afford? Do you know the person who knows what you can afford is not the lender, it's not this SACCO. The person who knows what you can afford is you. Sometimes our pay slips can lie to the lenders that we can afford, but we know very well that we have other things called off-pay slip deductions. You know, when the 2/3 rule came, it helped protect the pay slip. Long time ago, and I remember vividly, in the lending space, we used to have pay slips that would read negative. So there's someone who works the entire month, but at the end of the month, they should be paying the company some money. So when this rule came, it helped make our pay slips have some dignity. But the truth is, for many people, what is on the pay slip is not the reality on the ground, because we have also committed what is the net on the pay slip. And therefore, your true net, it's only you who can tell, not the lender. So sometimes you will come to the lender will use your pay slip and they tell you you qualify for 100,000. But you know very well, even 10 you can't qualify. So you are the best person to determine, what you can afford and what you cannot afford. When it comes to borrowing, I usually divide borrowing into two types. There is what I call ability-driven borrowing, which is the most prevalent form of borrowing, but the most misleading. Very many people are ability-driven borrowers. They borrow just because they qualify or because there's a willing lender. How do you get to know them? When they get to a lender's office, they splash their payslip, and the first question is, niangalilie na qualify ngapi? If every time you approach a lender, the first question is, niangalilie na qualify ngapi? You are an ability-driven borrower. Chances are very high, you actually do not have a clear picture of why you want to borrow. And when I was doing banking, there was a time I was the personal banker of many people. And I would see very many of such people. But this is what they would do. When you tell them 200,000, nipatie form. 500,000, nipatie form. 1 million, nipatie form. What exactly took you to the lender? Did you really have something in mind? When you left your house, were you going to borrow what they will be able to give me, or you wanted money specifically for something? If you have been one of those, then I invite you to look at this other side, what I call the purpose-driven borrowing side. If you want to go for borrowing, please embrace purpose-driven borrowing. Behind every borrowing, there is always a reason. This reason will dictate or should dictate everything that will happen as you make the choice of borrowing. From where you will borrow, how much you will borrow, how long you will borrow, your purpose for borrowing needs to dictate that. Unfortunately, like we said, many of us do not define that purpose. We simply go because we qualify. So when we talk about beneficial borrowing, we are also talking about purpose-driven borrowing. When we begin to look at this conversation, we are saying before you start the borrowing process, you want to get things right from the beginning. You see, debt management is not just about what we do after we have started struggling, even though that's how the world looks at debt management. And that's why I differed a bit with that definition, and I redefined debt management to include the point when you are deciding to borrow and the thoughts that will go into your head. Because if you borrow rightly, you minimize your chances of struggling with that debt. So when we talk about beneficial borrowing, we are borrowing in a way that makes us to avoid what I call borrowing blunders. And there are very many borrowing blunders. I usually divide them into 3. We have blunders that I call blunders before borrowing, blunders during borrowing, and blunders after borrowing. If you make any of these blunders at any of these stages, you can get a ticket to the trap of debt. And that is what we want to avoid. So let's quickly say a few things about each of these categories. Blunders before borrowing. blunders before borrowing. So you have not approached your lender yet. The thought of borrowing has just crossed your mind. Most times we think about borrowing when we have a need for money, isn't it? We have a need for money, but we don't have the money. So that's when we think about borrowing. There are some things, if you don't do them, you will be in trouble or you will invite trouble. One of them is failure to qualify the purpose of your borrowing. You need to take your mind around why you want to borrow and ask yourself some difficult questions. Must I borrow for this reason? By the way, when you ask yourself those questions, there are chances that you might even smile at yourself wanting to borrow for certain reasons. Must I borrow? Do I have any alternative? An alternative for another person might be, let me save for this thing. It's something, if I saved for 3 months, I'll be able to acquire without necessarily having to pay interest. Can it wait? Probably until I have a pay rise. But most importantly, who are you borrowing for? Who are you borrowing for? When I ask the question of who are you borrowing for, I don't mean who will you give the money after borrowing. Even though I know some of us borrow for other people literally. There are some people who will come and convince you that, because you have ability here, wewe chukua hiyo loan alafu mimi nitakusaidia kulipa. Very few cases, it works. Very many cases, it ends in premium tears. But when I ask who you are borrowing for, I am asking, what is the source of the inspiration for this thing that you want to borrow for? Are you borrowing because you want to look like others? Are you borrowing because you want to be better than others? If you borrow for such reasons, my argument has been you are borrowing for those people and not for yourself. The easiest example I give is if we work together in the same office and you see me with a nice phone, better than yours, and you feel the drive to want to compare and compete with me, but you don't have the money. So you choose to go and borrow money. You come here and they give you an emergency loan. You give a very nice story. Now it's even better that it's automated. So you just do it from home. And therefore you get your emergency loan. Then you go and buy the phone that is either similar to mine or better than mine, so that tomorrow when you come to the office, you can also show me that you have matched or you are better. Now, you have done so, you've bought the phone. How you know that you are borrowing from me? Tomorrow when you come to the office and you want to show me the phone, before you just get it out, if I got out a better one than the one you saw yesterday, you are frustrated. So did you really borrow for yourself? You borrowed for me. Now if you want to go far with debt, learn to borrow for yourself. Are we making sense? Learn to borrow for yourself. I do not mean that you should stop being inspired by other people. Be inspired all you want, but remember to customize the inspiration to suit your financial and life realities. You don't visit a friend in their home, you realize they live in their own house, and tomorrow you are queuing for a mortgage, so that when they will also visit you, they find you in your own house. No. Actually, you don't even have clue whether they also went for a mortgage or they've been building slowly, isn't it? So answer yourself the question, who am I borrowing for? The second blunder you can make before you borrow is failure to consider the impact of the proposed debt on your budget. Failure to consider the impact of the proposed debt on your budget. Debt is repaid using money, isn't it? You earn a certain amount of money. Let's say you earn 50,000 shillings. A lender has told you you qualify for amount X that can be repaid at 10,000 shillings per month. But then you don't ask yourself, what was this 10,000 doing in my budget? And how am I going to survive when it gets out? Because it will start getting out. Maybe before this borrowing, you used to receive the 50K and you are spending it coin to coin. It might have been sufficient to carry you from payday to payday, but by the time the next payday is coming, your account is dry. So when you want to remove 10,000 out of it, you must answer yourself the question, how will I survive when the 10,000 is removed? You know, sometimes we borrow from a hope perspective, which is not a bad perspective. But money stories are realistic stories. Okay? Because debt is paid using realistic money. And that's why when you walk into a lender's office, you can't tell them, give me $1 million, Bob. There is some money that I know in the next 2 months, I will be able to repay your money. But when we look at history, we can't see anything that supports what you're saying. So answer that question. How will you survive when the deductions are loaded? Give yourself some answer. Part of the answer might be, I will stop spending my money on this thing so that I can be able to support this borrowing. Part of your answers might be, my income has been sufficient. If I remove 10K, I'm still fine. Nothing is shaken. But if the math stops mathing, then you could tell yourself, I have a pay rise in July, I have a pay rise in September, let me wait. When it comes, then whatever increase, I will use it to support this borrowing, and then my life can continue. Are we making some sense? I'm just painting for you a picture of how your thought process needs to look like before you go to borrow. At this stage, you want to approve the decision to borrow. When you submit your requests here, you have come to the office here, you've made an application. There is a period they will take to give you a response, isn't it? As to whether your loan is approved or declined. What they are doing behind the scenes is taking themselves through this kind of conversation. And then they will come and tell you it's approved or it is not approved. Before it gets there, you yourself, you need to approve your decision. Do I go ahead or do I not go ahead now? Let's say you have approved. So we move to the second set of blunders. Blunders during borrowing. You have decided it's a good idea to borrow. The reason for my borrowing is a good reason. And good reasons are reasons that will leave you better than they found you after you have taken the debt. If you took borrowed money and you used it on something that later on you look at and you regret the way we said, then there is trouble in that reason. So let's assume your reasoning is okay. You've decided to borrow money. There are some things that if you fail to consider, you might also get a ticket to the trap of debt. One of them is the cost of borrowing. We all know that debt is not free money, isn't it? Debt is not free money. Debt comes at a cost. Sometimes some of you have heard me say that cheap is expensive, except debt. If you're to make a choice to borrow, please always start looking for the cheapest option. And this is where the SACCO plugs in very beautifully for you guys. There is no justification whatsoever, under the same terms and conditions, why you should borrow at 30% when there's another person who is giving you at 12%. What you are doing with the 18% difference is just that you feel you are so sufficiently philanthropic, you can just donate the 18%. These guys are very nice. Let me just give them the 18% interest every other year. If you're looking to borrow, start by looking for the cheapest. If you fail to consider the repayment terms, and I'm talking about borrowing generally, someone is giving you money and they're telling you, pesa yangu irudi next week. You and I know that the next money you will receive is after 30 days. But that time, because we want the money so badly, we even tell them 2 weeks ni nyingi. Unaona next week Tuesday, Nitakuwa nimekusort. We need to be realistic. Because next week Tuesday will come. Have you gotten the money? You haven't. Halafu pressure inaanza. Okay? So please consider the repayment terms. Wherever you are going to borrow, what are the terms? How do these terms compare with my realities? And one of the things I will also mention here today is that we must learn how to match the type of need that we have and the type of credit facility that we go for. There is a reason why this SACCO has all those many options, because each of them answers to a different set of needs. Consider the turnaround time. How long will it take? And compare that with the reason for your borrowing. You can't have a sick person in hospital and you start processing a loan that takes 1 week to be ready. And your person is in hospital, they're waiting for a deposit for some procedure to be done on them. And you're going to process money that will take 1 month to be ready. It does not make sense. You must also consider your repayment ability, the way we have said. Some of us will even argue with the lender. The lender says we can only give you 100,000. No, I can repay 200,000. Some of us will even paint stories of how we have other sources of income that we know are non-existent. The good thing about this story is that it's your story, isn't it? It's a personal story. So you know your situation much better than anyone else. The other problem is that when it starts to bite because you made wrong choices, it also bites you alone. The rest of the people that you wanted them to see that you are doing well, the rest of the people you are borrowing for, in the example that we gave, will not be there to share in your challenges. If they will be there, they'll be adding salt to injury by asking you, why are your children not in school today? Why are you not driving to work the way you used to do? Because you bought the car for them. You wanted them to see that you have bought a car. But do you realize people have a lot of their problems? They don't even care what your life is what is going on in your life. Sometimes you buy those things for people and they refuse to see. Have you ever seen a guy who has bought a phone for people and they have not recognized? The guy has to come and ask you, boss, see. Another guy has bought a car for people to see. So when they have a meeting, the guy has to appear late on purpose. And the guy has to make sure that when he appears, he will rev it in such a way that they can, feel the sound. Unfortunately, you do all that, and when you come, no one seems to recognize. When you get to a level where you start telling people, I met you and you are not seeing me. You did not even say hi to me. I was hooting at you. Then there is trouble. People have a lot of their own problems. Just live your own life, okay? Be true to yourself. So let's assume you have borrowed correctly. You've identified the right lender. You've identified the amount correctly. You've considered the cost. You've zeroed in on how or where to borrow money. And you have actually applied for the money. There are some blunders you can also make when the money comes. And those blunders will also eat you. So blunders after borrowing. I'll just mention 2. One of them is diversion of borrowed funds. This one is a big disease. You are borrowing for this item, but when the money comes, some voices begin to tell you that there is this other better thing. You know those voices, right? That there is this other better thing. Diversion of borrowed funds is a very big risk for both employed people and people in business. I've had a chance to train a lot of business people, and it usually comes out clearly that when you divert borrowed funds, you invite trouble for your business. Some years back, I did some private study on business people that were struggling with debt. And I was just taking them back into history. When you borrowed this money, what was your reason? When you received this money, did you use the money the way you had planned? And my findings were more than 80% of those that were struggling with debt diverted borrowed funds, either in part or fully. I have fondly shared a story, and I think I've also shared it on my YouTube channel, a story of a guy who borrowed money for school fees. The guy came and borrowed 450,000. He had children in institutions of higher learning. And he brought the fee structures and everything, and we looked at it, and we approved the money, and it was disbursed. When he got the money, those voices came. And they spoke so loudly and so beautifully into his ears. So the first day after disbursement, he came and withdrew 100,000. So that time I was the banker in the front office. And I remember when he was leaving, I called him and I asked him, boss, so amongst the four, who are you going to pay for first? I don't even know why I was poking my nose in his business. The guy looked at me and told me, young man, this is my money. Mind your own business. Hata nikajiuliza, kwa nini inanisumbua? You know, from a lender's perspective, we may not have capacity. When you guys come here and borrow this thing called development loan, does Godfrey have the capacity to follow you to your village to see how you have developed? But you and I know that some of us finish developing before we even get to the house. The money was disbursed this morning, but before we get to the house, we have developed. Tunaongea reality, si ndio? Mlisema tuendelee. So this guy took the 100,000, he crossed the street after the bank, and he lodged in the hotel overlooking the bank. He called all his friends in the neighborhood to come and witness how powerful he had suddenly become. Hiyo siku akachafua meza, ikachafuka vizuri. The following day he walked into the bank. This time round he's wearing those lodging slippers, ya blue na ya red, zimekatwa-katwa. I think we are serious thieves. That they have to give us blue and red, but they don't believe we cannot steal, so they have to notch them, you know. The guy comes to my desk, and the guy tells me, he's smelling heavy alcohol. And the guy tells me he got drunk, and his friends pickpocketed the balance. 100,000 gone. The guy is done explaining, and he walks to the counter. He withdraws another 100,000. Now he's going to pay school fees. When he is passing by my desk, I call him. I ask him, boss, I hope you have learned your lesson. So who are you going to pay for? The guy looks at me and tells me, young man, what did I tell you yesterday? This is my money. Mind your own business. I minded my own. So the guy went. And the short and long of this story is that by the third day, he hasn't gone back home. So the wife is also wondering, where is this guy? So she asks around, and then she gets word that this guy is lodging somewhere in town. So on the fourth day, she goes to the chief. In the rural areas, the administration has a lot of power. They can intervene in such matters. So she goes to the chief gives some askaris, they come to town, they raid the hotel. On the fourth day, the guy comes to the bank, and they were only able to salvage 75,000 bob. Your guess is as good as mine as to whether the children continued schooling, as to whether they were now forced to sell a piece of land if they had, or whatever happened to them. Choices after we receive the money. We have to be careful. If the reason, because we are describing purpose-driven borrowing, we started from a purpose perspective, isn't it? So if you had a good reason, why are you changing your mind when the money has come? That's why it's dangerous. When I speak to business people, I tell them there are two types of diversion for business people. There is what I call intra-business diversion. The money hasn't left your business, yes, but it has not done what the bank or the SACCO approved to be used once you get the money. So for example, you run an electronics shop. You've been selling television sets. World Cup is coming. You've brought a nice proposal. You want some financing so that you can improve your stock of television sets. Good proposal. They look at it, look at your financials, everything is good. They approve a loan to boost your working capital, right? So then you get the money. But then you decide, they've given me $1 million. I was to use the whole $1 million to buy more television sets. But there is this idea of also selling mobile phones. So you choose that you will use $500,000 to buy television sets and this other $500,000 to buy mobile phones. Remember, the need that was analyzed was television sets. So you might end up buying mobile phones that will form part of your dead stock. But now the potential of your growth to finance this debt has been brought down. Because the lender knew if you use this money the way you have proposed, based on your previous performance, if everything goes well, then this loan can repay itself and your business is left with some money. But now you have strangled that ability. With my eyes, I have witnessed very many businesses that were very big coming down because of diversion of borrowed funds. Because when you divert borrowed funds, you create what I call a future man-made emergency. Some of us will come and borrow for school fees when schools have closed. And then the money comes very fast. So the money has come, we still have 2-3 weeks before schools open. Then those voices come. And those voices now come in pairs. There's a voice that is telling you, you can use this money to do this other thing. Then there's another backup voice that says, in those 3 weeks you'll have gotten money for school fees. And so we divert the way our brother did. And when schools will open, you will have a new emergency that I call a man-made emergency, because it's not a true emergency. The key word in the definition of the word emergency is the word unforeseen. So anything that can be foreseen is not an emergency. Are we together? It's not an emergency. Yes, you can borrow for it because you don't have an option, but please remind yourself that this is not an emergency. The second blunder you can make after you receive the money is to neglect to repay your debt. To neglect to repay your debt. The process of borrowing does not stop when you receive money. The process of borrowing stops when you have repaid the last coin of that borrowing. Someone said kukopa ni harusi na kulipa ni matanga. Therefore, there are times when once we have received the money, especially if the money gets finished and we can't see what we have used the money for, we start feeling pain repaying that money. It's like the SACCO is robbing from you. Have you ever had that debt that you are repaying na mauchungu fulani? Ni kama ile loan uligarantii mtu alafu akakataa kulipa, and then now you are called upon to step in. How does it feel repaying such a loan? It's not interesting, isn't it? Nimewacha. Wamesema niwache tu, nimewa. But it's not interesting, isn't it? It is not interesting. Now, when you neglect to repay, the key word here is neglect. That means you have the ability, but you refuse to do what? To pay. Sometimes when we talk about debt management from an organization's perspective, we talk about two types of borrowers. There is a type that we call the won't pay borrower and the can't pay borrower. There are two types of defaulters because they have defaulted. There is the won't pay and the can't pay. The can't pay, the heart is willing. These are the kind of defaulters, when you call them, they will pick your calls. And even you have people who have borrowed your money, isn't it? You call them, they pick. You call them for a meeting, they will come. You tell them, boss, we need to meet and talk about this thing, they will come. They are willing, but they don't have ability. Maybe they lost a job, or maybe their business went down or something. It's just that they cannot pay. They are willing, but they cannot pay. But then we have the won't pay. The won't pay are those that feel pain repaying what they borrowed. And they will refuse. They have ability, but they do what? They refuse. I don't know if this SACCO has encountered such. But in my debt collection world, I met a good number of them. I will not forget one day we went to recover a certain debt somewhere in Isiolo. And I had tracked this guy for a long time because he had been off radar for a while. And then we discovered where his home was. And so we went to raid. And when we got there, because we had learned the guy had means, we had investigated him for a while. And I remember when we got there, the guy chucked out a gun. And the guy placed the gun on the desk and asked me, on the table, and asked, ulikuwa unasemaje? That's when I remembered, sikukuwa nasema kitu. Sikukuwa nasema kitu. Mimi nilikuwa napita tu boss, ni salamu na leta, you know, just trying to see how you're doing. Wewe ulikuwa unasema kitu kwa hiyo story? Sikuwa nasema kitu. Right? So that is a won't pay customer. They know they have the ability, but they have decided. And some of you have given money to such people. They will even tell you, fanya venye unataka. And probably they were your friends at some point. But now they don't feel that they should pay your money. Please repay your money. Because you don't know when next you will meet an opportunity and you want the SACCO to come through for you. But you have soiled your previous record. These days, with the advent of CRB, we know how this thing goes, isn't it? Sometimes you are in dire need, and this is a genuine thing. And then you go to the lender, and the lender checks your record and tell you, hey, boss, kuna haka kakitu. Kuna haka kakitu. Please avoid if you can. Sawa sawa? Avoid if you can. Allow me to summarize this process for us. The process I'm calling the purpose-driven borrowing process. I've been explaining it, but let me just now make it simple. If you want to benefit from debt, I have suggested this flow of events for a while, and I thank God I have had a good number of people come back and say they have a better experience with debt. The first thing you need to do is purpose qualification. That's what we were doing, asking ourselves those questions. Why do I want to borrow? What kind of reason is this? Will it leave me better than it found me? If I borrowed money for this reason, must I borrow now? Okay. You're qualifying that purpose. Who am I borrowing for? Is the inspiration truly original to me? Or am I just borrowing because I want to compare and compete with others? So get to answer yourself those questions we mentioned. Once you've done that, you move to step 2, purpose quantification. You are now putting values to your purpose. Let's say, for example, you want some money. Let's use the simplest example, to pay school fees. You have looked at the reason. You have told yourself, the truth is, I should have planned myself better, but I am where I am now. I don't have any other option. I need to borrow for school fees. At the second step, we are asking, how much is the school fees? We are now putting figures to our purpose. How much is the school fees? But we don't stop there. We also ask ourselves, out of this, how much do I have? Maybe your school fees are 100,000, but you only have 20. So then the third question is, how much should I borrow? In this example, you need to borrow how much? 80,000. Now, once you have placed a figure on your purpose, you now approach the lender, but your mind is clear. I am looking for amount X. I'm looking for 80,000. And when you are that kind of person, when you come to the SACCO, you don't come and ask them, niangalilie na qualify ngapi. No. You get to the SACCO and say, I want to see if I can get 80,000 shillings for school fees. Are you getting how the conversation gets different? Now, this second person has a lot of confidence. Because when you walk into your lender's office, you're walking there knowing I have a right to walk here, isn't it? This SACCO is ours. I am sure, Godfrey, you've witnessed some of us who come to the SACCO offices, you know, we are stepping on holy ground. And sometimes you have to remind them that, hey, uko home. Ama haihapeningi hapa? It happens, ndio? Please, when you walk into this SACCO, it is your SACCO. Are we together? It is your SACCO. And when you walk to any lender's office, whether it is this SACCO or any other place, if anything, you are the one taking business to them. Sawa sawa. You see, the good thing is that the SACCO, you even have more belonging because your money is also there. So you need to have a lot of confidence. Unakanyaga ardhi vizuri. But now you walk here and say, I want to see if I can be able to get this amount. They will do their calculations and tell you, we can give you 300. You say, thank you very much for letting me know. But for now, I wanted 80. That is the level of financial maturity that I want to pray for all of us. That someone can tell you they can give you 300, but you stick to the value of your purpose. That for now, I want how much? 80. Because there is danger in you saying, nipatie forms at 300. Remember, you needed 80. So when they give you 300, we have 220 that will not be accounted for. You did not have a reason for it, but we know how money is, isn't it? Sometimes I've argued the average human mind only needs 10 minutes to figure out how you will use any amount of money. So when you have 220 that you never planned for, you just need 10 minutes to figure out. And the truth is, when the money is disbursed, even 1 week will not go. The 220 is not there. But later on, you will look back and wonder, ningechukua tu your 80. Are we together? So, purpose quantification. Then we have purpose classification. You want to classify what type of purpose is this? Is it an emergency? So that you can match it with the right credit option. Are we together? Because if you mismatch, there's also trouble. There's also trouble. And that's why we have different categories. We have the short-term lending options. We have the medium-term, long-term lending options. So, depending on your purpose. If you have an emergency, you are likely going to need a short-term facility. Because they have a characteristic of being dispersed quickly. And then when you come back to the surface, you pay and you continue with life. But can you imagine you don't have unga in your house and you start looking for a payslip loan that will take 1 week to be ready? Your people are just supposed to be surviving, waiting for the next unga in 4 days' time. Does it make sense? That is the time you probably just need to reach out to your friend or check out your phone and do the emergency thing, the USSD thing, and you silently sort your issues. Because you have a need that required a short-term facility. But some of us, when we want to borrow, we think every debt can solve every of our problems. That is not true. When it comes to debt, money refuses to just be money. Are we together? Sometimes people have had very good intentions, but they have burned their fingers because they borrowed the wrong type of credit. I have a story of one of my clients, and has allowed me to share this story, who went to borrow money because he was buying a piece of land. That sounds like a beautiful reason, isn't it? If you told someone, nilichukua hii pesa ninunue shamba, they can clap for you. But let me explain how we will stop clapping for him. This guy was a very good manager of money, saving money every month. Then one day, they advertised for a piece of land somewhere. You know how we sell land in this country? We tell you 80% sold, there will be a bypass passing by, there will be a university, somewhere, there will be this other thing, the plot will double in value in the next 1 year. So the guy realized, hey, this is an opportunity. The guy went and broke his savings account, akaenda akawekelea deposit. Then they were given some months to clear. Now the months came very fast, he was not able to clear. So the last month, because there were repercussions, if you don't clear, then you will lose a portion of your money. So the guy decided to borrow money, 100,000, but he borrowed from a Shylock. So he went and borrowed from a Shylock at 20% per month, 100,000. Higher. 30 days later, so he paid the money, secured the piece of land. If you meet him and he tells you, I borrowed 100,000 to finish paying this land, you will respect this guy so much. But financial literacy is a bigger thing. Our intelligence financially needs to go to another level. End of the month, the Shylock wants 120. Now this guy's monthly income cannot support 120. So what does he do? He negotiates to pay only interest. Right? And when I was in that phase, I did a lot of those ones. Wacha tu nilipe watoto. So the guy pays 20 from his income. Then when he's spending his money, he realizes there is a gap. Because that 20 was also doing something in his budget. So the guy has to borrow from another source so that spending yake every month is done well. So it has now multiplied. It was land, which looked like a good reason. Now it's a Shylock. Now he has gone to another one. So as he pays the 20 to the Shylock, he needs another one to bridge the gap of 20. The next month, the other one also wants their interest. So it grows from 20 to something else. I met this guy at the point he had done 2 years. Hizo rotations. And we sat down and tried to look backwards. And the guy had placed that piece of land for sale. He'd been told that in 1 year it will have doubled, tripled in value. The guy had been selling that piece of land for about 2 years, but the offers he's getting are nothing compared to where his debt level has gotten to. Good reason, wrong choices. Sawa sawa. Number 4, once you have known that the nature of my need is this. Number 4 is purpose mapping. You are mapping this nature to the correct credit. You are marrying them. You realize, I need an emergency facility. So you now come for an emergency facility. Or you realize that this thing that I'm doing is a long-term project. I need some debt that will not harass me quickly. I need some debt that I can be repaying for a while comfortably. So in step number 4, you are choosing the right debt option for your problem. Then number 5, you now do the loan application. You now go and say you want to apply. Application might be you just checking out your phone and doing the USSD thing, okay? But you have gone through the process. Now you apply the loan. The loan is approved. Money comes to you. Number 6, you execute the purpose. Very important. Remember that reason. In number 6 is where those voices come to tell you, instead of this, use the money for this. Please remember the purpose. Remember the purpose. Number 7, repay the debt. We said the process of borrowing does not end with you receiving money. It ends when you have repaid. So the 7th step in purpose-driven borrowing is that you must remember to repay the money. Remember to repay the money. Very quickly, allow me to share the last thing that your CEO requested that I share, which is very closely tied to what we are talking about. And I want to mention just 4 enemies of financial progress, especially those that will affect us in beneficial borrowing. There are some things that derail people, or there are some things that affect people's ability to execute beneficial borrowing. Number 1, that you must pay close attention to is indiscipline. Is what? Indiscipline. Discipline is your ability to suppress diversionary desires so that you can be able to pursue and achieve a bigger and better goal. That's how I define discipline from a personal development perspective. That every time you focus your eyes on a big goal, there will always be some voices telling you, hey boss, why are you saving to buy this thing in December? Si pesa tuchape sherehe. Those are diversionary desires. Usually they promise instant gratification, some happiness now, some temporary happiness, some temporary joy today. But the goal that you had promises bigger enjoyment if only you can stay on the line and pursue that particular goal to the end. Now, indiscipline is your inability to stick on the line. It is indiscipline that makes you, when you have received the money you have borrowed, you choose to use part of it for this other thing. You need to learn to say no where no is due. Learn to say no where no is due. Number 2, shortcuts. Shortcuts. If you love shortcuts, you will have a rough relationship with debt. People who love shortcuts don't usually love following process. And that's how they end up borrowing from very expensive sources when they would actually qualify to borrow from a normal lending platform. There are very many SACCO members, probably not from this SACCO, but I've met very many from other SACCOs. When I do the debt clinic, the one-on-one coaching that was mentioned, sometimes I sit down with someone and you look at how they are borrowing, and then when we're trying to look for solutions, we realize that their SACCO was willing to lend them money. The bank was willing to lend them money, but they've been borrowing from very expensive sources because someone told them that, you know, if you go to the SACCO, the process will be long. Some of them are even SACCO members, but they are paying hefty interests because they want a shortcut. If you love shortcuts, you will also be a good culprit for scams. You know the people who tell you, if you give us your money, we will triple it in the next 2 months. And so some of us rush to the SACCO and borrow money and say it's development money. And once the money has been disbursed, we take it to those people who have promised to triple the money in 2 months. Those stories, I've met very many of them. Please don't be part of those people. The world of wealth creation is a world that is systematic. It's not a world of shortcuts. And there's a difference between working smart and loving shortcuts. If someone promises to give you returns that are out of this world from your investment, please ask yourself, what do they do with my money behind the scenes that gives them these very big returns they are promising, so that they can pay me these big ones and they can also retain their profit because they're in business, isn't it? If it doesn't make sense, please pause. The money is still in your hands. So I've met some people who also blunder when they come to borrow from the SACCO because the reason they are borrowing for is because they want to execute a shortcut to wealth creation. You will burn your fingers. You will burn your fingers. Number 3, wastefulness. Wastefulness. Sometimes we live a life that is carefree. We just spend money because we have money. We buy things that we don't need now, or we buy things in quantities that are bigger than what we need. Some of you have seen, and I think I also mentioned here last time, that we have households that will cook food fit for 16 people when there are only 4. And they keep throwing the remainder as leftovers. But they are also crying that they're struggling financially. Yet, every single serving, you've wasted a meal for 4 other servings. Some people have subscribed to internet options that can run an office with 100 employees. There are only 2 in their households. I ask them what they do, and the reasons they give me can actually be powered by the smallest package, and they cannot even see the difference. So you have a big capacity that is going to waste. In other words, you're just donating money to those entities, but you're also struggling on this other end. Some of us have subscribed to pay TV options, and we rarely watch TV in our houses. We rarely watch TV. But we pay premium packages The best way I describe this is that you are so sufficiently philanthropic that every month you can just pick money and give this very well-doing company. Tell them, thank you for being around. Just take this 6K. You guys are very nice. Thank you for being around. But on this other end, you have other small debts that are eating you. But you are donating 6K to a well-doing business, not even to charity. Am I making some sense? So if you are a wasteful person, when you will come to borrow money, you might also find yourself wasting that money as you execute your purpose. You must be very careful how you want to spend that particular money as you do your purpose. Lastly, number 4, and these enemies are very many, I'm just mentioning 4. Comparison and competition. If you are a person who loves comparing yourself to others, that loves competing with others, then you are in a very difficult position to execute beneficial borrowing. Because you will be borrowing for those people the way I explained. Because you will be borrowing when you do not need to borrow. Because you are under pressure. Have you seen those people who are under pressure? They see you with this thing, they're under pressure. They also want to dress like that one, or better than that. They see you with this other, and you can imagine how many people are around them. So how much pressure will they be having? Because they want to be on top of everyone. Do they have the ability to do so? You see, even if you have ability to borrow money, that ability can be exhausted, isn't it? So you will end up very stressed, but you'll also end up with a big financial burden. One day I sat down with a client who had borrowed from Shylocks to a tune of close to 2 million shillings. And her Shylock loans were being given at rates of 40% per week. 30% per week was the cheapest, and 50% per week. Her due dates were Thursdays, so every Thursday was a pressure point for her. Can you imagine 30% of 1.5 million? So I met this lady at a point where she was about to go suicidal. And she traveled and she came and we had a meeting. And I was trying to understand, why were you borrowing 1-point-something million from Shylocks? What were you using the money for? And we went deeper, and she actually said she was borrowing to buy shoes and clothes. It looks absurd, but that is the reality, because I dug into the bottom of that matter. She was buying shoes not because she was selling shoes. Please, don't get her wrong. She was buying shoes because she wanted to wear shoes. So initially it ate me for a while, but I went to think and study about it, and I discovered, and that's why in part of some of the things I train, there is a very close connection between our emotional intelligence and our money stories. If you have some emotional voids in you, they can push you into doing other things. Later on, we realized that this is someone who lived in an environment where no one appreciated her. No one recognized her. All human beings, we have got those emotional needs that we have. All of us need attention, for example. All of us need affirmation. All of us, it's not a thing of children. All of us want someone to tell us, you're looking stunning today. You are beautiful, gorgeous today. I love this dress. There is something it does to us whether you are 80 years old or you are a toddler. So on the bottom of this matter, I realized that this person is coming from a place where no one would tell her anything. But then one day, she bought some very expensive dress and shoes and walked into the office, and a colleague said, "You are stunning." It entered into her head. True story. It's a Kenyan story, this one. Now, what she didn't do was to analyze this comment. Her understanding was, people can only recognize me, affirm me when I wear expensively. You get her understanding? which makes sense from an emotional perspective. And she went into it. Na alizinunua. But then it came back biting in a very terrible way. So take care of your emotional life, because it also has a reflection to what happens to you. There's a conversation I posted, a link I posted on my Facebook page this morning. There's a conversation we did recently, and I was explaining the relationship between emotional intelligence and personal financial management. You might want to follow up on it. But good people, I want to believe I have said something that will change how you approach debt, that will begin to trigger some positive thoughts as you come to borrow. Because debt is here to stay, isn't it? We cannot run away from debt. And being SACCO members, I started by highlighting some of the benefits of being members of this SACCO. And one of those biggest benefits is accessibility to affordable loans. But if you will not embrace beneficial borrowing, you will not see the essence of those beautiful loan products. So I want to wish you all the best as you continue with your journey of utilizing the products that the SACCO will offer, that this world will be offering. But please remember what we have said. By God's grace, I've also published those books that they mentioned. We have a few copies outside there. On your way out, you will interact with them. Pick a copy for yourself. Allow me to invite you to follow me on social media. Look for Coach Roy Okonji on social media platform of your choice. I am present on all of them, and there is a lot of activity that happens every day on each of them so that we can keep this conversation rolling. With those very many remarks, good people, you can do better. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Coach Roy, for your very informative session. I know we have learned a lot, but we still welcome any one of you who may have a question for Coach Roy. You can raise your hand, and then we'll give you a microphone to ask a question. Or have we understood everything and that we are in a good position to manage our financial situations very well? Okay, there's a question from
My name is Angelina Okola, member number KS0359. Thank you very much, Coach Roy. And something that has really touched me is on emotional spending. And I think we need some emotional kind of literacy on issues, finances. Because some of us, we get ourselves into a trap because people know that we are kind, or people know that you will go always that extra mile. And sometimes it also comes from even those who are near us, you know, like spouses or parents or siblings. Especially when it gets to a situation whereby you know that there is this loan facility and your mother is on your neck, you know, I really need to get money for this. But then at the same time, I'm looking at the emotional maturity that we need as a SACCO. And I'm hoping that in the next educational day, we can look at that, you know, like emotional bit where people can blackmail you, people can make you feel that you really need to do this to look good, or, you know, kusifiwa or something of that sort. And I think that is where we get into debt that we cannot get out. So thank you very much, and I promise to follow you on social media.
Sijui nitaongea kivipi. Tumesikia loan itself ni malaika. Alafu ikisaa ingia mahali imeingia inakuwa mambo ingine, saitani kile iko na horns. Although nilisasikia kuna wakati tulianza, mimi myself nilianza hii mambo ya loan kwa microfinance. Microfinance ile kwanza nilianza nayo inaitwa KREP. Kumbe hii KREP ilikuwa na watu wengine walikaa mahali na wanafanya kazi zao na hiyo pesa zao, na wewe unalipiswa mzuri sana, so that kuna wengine wanakuja na wanaweka pesa mzuri. Tulikuwa na wengine wanaweka 600,000, wengine wako na a certain loan na wanakupatia pesa. So kuna wakati nilianza kuendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga makuku, kuku ikaleta shida. Wacha nilifuatwa kwa nyumba. We, maneno niliona wakati hiyo, nikasema hii maneno sitarudia tena. So tukaenda hivyo, nikawaambia kama ni hivi sasa wacha nichukue my whatever nitoke. Nilitoka hapo nikaenda kwa Eklov. Hiyo ni microfinance still. Hii Kanisa SACCO ni kama malaika, lakini wengine wamebadilisha inaiwa kama saitani. Wengine wajua wanajiondoa kwa they are having some interest of which hawakufikia na wametoka. I think Mr. CS anajua. Wametoka wameenda na wamejiunga na kikundi zingine na wanafanya mambo zao. Hapa Kanisa SACCO tu, wacha nisiingia hapo. Kuna wakati ingine niliingia kwa mambo ingine, unakuja wanasema leo tuko na pesa, na hii pesa unaweka pesa na upate pesa. Wakakuja wakaangalia mahali nifanya vitu yangu na wakasema hii 20,000 hii monthly tukipatia wewe tu ulipe kama 8,000 ni sawa. Wacha niendelee. Malaika nilipata ni satanic. Nikisalipa about a half of the whatever wanasema basi tunaona kama uko sawa, wacha tukupatie top up. Kumbe top up sio interest nilikuwa nafikiria nitalipa, na interest yangu wakati nilikuwa kuendelea it was about 23 or 25,000. Wacha nione kumbe hii top up ni pesa ingine. Wakasema wajua sasa hiyo ni sawa. Nikasema sasa pateni pesa. Kumbe sio pesa. Nilipata hiyo pesa inalipwa 11,000 sio 8,000. Unabaki na pesa ngapi? Kuna pesa. Wacha wale wajamaa wanalipa hiyo pesa wakasusa. Walikuja kwa nyumba ile saa 12, they are on the door. Wanataka pesa, sio mchezo, sio rafiki sasa, ni wengine. Let me tell, sio kukua naenda hapo sana, lakini wacha ni Kanisa SACCO, wacha tuembrace tuende mahali. Na wale wanaona kama tunaweza endelea, tafadhali tuendelee. Kwa kuna wakati nilikuja hapa, mimi sikulekezwa na mtu. Tulikuwa na mtu, watu wengine walikuwa na carton office hapa. Wakapatia mtu, tukapatiana pesa about 5,000 whatever, kukuja kutafuta hawa sikupata hawa. Kuingia hapa kwa Kanisa SACCO asema karibu. And that's why niliingia hapa. Na pesa yangu ilienda 10,000. Ikaenda hivyo. Na walikuwa na ofisi hapa tu hapa kwa hii compound. So Kanisa SACCO sio mbaya. Kanisa SACCO ni kama utakuwa na vile, kwa kuna wengine wanasema weka pesa pata pesa. Na kweli unapata pesa. Ukiweka 10,000 about 60 or 80. Wacha kuanza kulipa, utaona satani kile hujawahi ona. Kwa hivyo whoever tunapata tuendelee please, to embrace whatever so that tuende mahali. Mimi niliingia hapa 2019 COVID ikakuja ikasambaratika whatever, so we resist tena tukaingia tena wakati COVID iliisha. So sijakaa sana, lakini naona kuna matumaini tunaweza endelea mbele. Wengine wameshapata matunda na wengine matunda yao ilikuwa uchungu wametoka. Inaeleweka. So wacha tuendelee tafadhali, Mr. COS, whoever, Mr. Our finance whatever, tuendelee ili tupate vile tunaweza songa. Asante sana bwana mhubiri.
Thank you so much. Any other comment or question for Coach? Okay.
My name is Ebi Kageha, member number KS 00939. Me, I just want to know about, there is a time backwards, we are being told that if you don't borrow, like I'm just emphasizing somewhat what the man has just been saying, that if you don't borrow, you know that you will not get your dividends. You can't get any dividend somewhere because some people are trying to borrow. Then when they borrow, they use their money to do something. Then you are just saving. What is your money doing? So on my side, I was thinking that, like as I was following the man, Koi, Roy. So, like I saying that I have a loan, yes, that I'm paying now. So suppose that I finish my loan, then I just start saving. Will I get the dividends more or less than that?
So we have a question for Coach.
Thank you. It's actually a question for the SACCO, but I will take it. Let me begin from Angeline. You have mentioned, and I agree with you, that probably in future we might talk about that relationship between our emotional intelligence and our money stories. Because the truth is, how we feel affects how we behave around money. But the other truth also is, our money story also affects how we feel. So it will be interesting for us to learn and see how do we then begin to balance ourselves out, isn't it? So I leave that to the leadership. That was Ebi, right? Okay. You were told if you don't borrow. You see, the SACCO exists to do those two things. The SACCO receives our money, isn't it? But the SACCO then lends to someone who has a need to borrow. Through lending, we get interest income, right? Now, from that interest income, at the end of the period, then we want to share with the shareholders, isn't it? Who is you again, part of what we have earned, right? The size of how much money will be given to an individual is not really a factor of whether that individual has ever borrowed or not borrowed. That's what happens during the AGM, isn't it? When we come here and say, so these are our financials, kwa hivyo we are declaring dividends of this much, right? So huwa inapitishwa hapa. However, if everyone in the SACCO decides not to borrow, then that leaves the SACCO with very limited options of getting income, isn't it? And really, that's why I was giving a balanced conversation here, because the conversation is not to deter us from borrowing. That's why I'm calling it beneficial borrowing, because we are SACCO members, and one of the products of the SACCO is credit. Therefore, as you come to take the loans, come to take the loan knowing that when I take this loan, the SACCO gets interest income, which it will share with us again at the end of the day. But most importantly, how is my relationship with this loan? Where is it leaving me? I'm not borrowing for the SACCO, I'm borrowing for myself, isn't it? So that my money story or my life story later, when I look back, naeza sema, hii SACCO ilinisaidia ikanitoa hapa, ikanifikisha hapa. Are we together? Then we leave the rest now to the SACCO when we do our AGM and determine how much dividend we are getting. That's okay, but it's not directly a function of wewe ulisave ama haukusave, na huyu alichukua loan, huyu hakuchukua, kwa hivyo hii mwaka wewe haukuwa na loan, wewe utalipwa kidogo, lakini wewe ulikuwa na loan, wewe utalipwa sana. It is not really a factor of that. Sawa sawa. So ukimaliza hii loan uko nayo, ukidevelop another reason for borrowing that will help you move, wewe kuja chukua loan nyingine, fuata beneficial borrowing, hiyo loan ikubenefit, ulipe vizuri, tupate pia interest income, ndio pia tukupatie dividend mzuri. Ama namna gani? Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Do you want to add something, Mercy? Yeah, I think thank you so much for your questions and for all that you have shared with Coach. I think at this point, I would like to ask all of us to appreciate Coach Roy again. Thank you so much, Coach, for being with us and for your very informative session to our members. At this point, we are privileged to have our cooperatives officer who has always journeyed with us and given us information from the cooperatives. In the spirit of continuous education, I would like to invite Bwana Njoroge to give us his remarks. And then after that, I will invite Salome to give us a vote of thanks. And then after that, we'll have a group photo as we go for lunch. Karibu Bwana Njoroge.
Hamjaponi members. Good afternoon. Njoroge Mwangi is my name, Cooperatives Officer, Dagoretti Sub-County, and I'm glad to have joined you in this year's members' education. I believe now you are aware that cooperatives is a devolved function, and as a government, you have to ensure that members are getting as much information as possible. And I appreciate your leadership, that they are able to hold members' education every year. And this is as per the 5th principle of cooperatives, which talks about education, training, and information. We need to ensure that members are getting as much information as possible, because remember the 7 principles of cooperatives. Principle number 1 talks about voluntary and open membership. That membership is voluntary. The membership is open. Continuously you recruit members. And I believe every year we have new members joining the society. I also believe that maybe in this meeting we have new members. They also need that information that you received last year and the years behind you. So that is why members' education needs to be continuous, so that you can have all members getting information. Remember, with information, you can make the right decision. And I believe the information that you have received today will be able to assist you to make decisions, not to be part of the bladders that you were given. I believe maybe most of you are maybe in some of those bladders. But I believe from today, simuta change. Whether uligia last year, uligia this year, 10 years ago, I believe there is always something that you get to assist you. That is why that 5th principle, education, training, and information is very key. So that we can have a cooperative movement that is growing. We need to see Kanisa SACCO that is growing. Financially, we can be able to see at the end of the year, there is that growth in the society. And that growth needs to be translated to the members. So that you don't see the SACCO is growing, how about you as an individual? Do we have a growth in you? You know, for Kanisa SACCO, there is that financials that are prepared by the auditor, inakuwa registered na munasomewa. Na wewe unakuwaga na mahesabu yako unatengeneza kila mwaka. Siwe ni kuangalia tu hapa niko na pesa na kutumia. But generally we want to see that there is that growth. Do we have a change of you as an individual between the start of the year and the end of the year in terms of the services that you get from this society? So that is why it is very key to attend members' education as a duty, as a responsibility for you as a member, and also as a right for you as a member to attend and participate in members' education. So for the government, we are there to ensure that the society is still following the laid down regulations, the Cooperative Societies Act, which is the key regulations for cooperatives, and the Cooperative Societies rules. Those are for all cooperatives registered in Kenya. However, we have the other act, the SACCO Act, which you are also under, the SACCO Act 2008, and the Regulations 2020 for the non-withdrawable deposit-taking societies, and that is why your society is every year authorized by SASRA to operate non-withdrawable business, because you have to be checked whether you are meeting those prudential standards. So the government generally is there. All is to safeguard your finances. All of these regulations, sio za kusubua society, ni za kusaidia society so that your funds are as safe as possible. Can you consider the shilling that you have in Kanisa SACCO is as safe as a shilling in a bank? That is why the rules are there, to safeguard your finances. As the government safeguards your finances by ensuring that the leadership that you have elected wanafuata sheria ambayo imewekwa, you also need to play your part. And that is why this information is very key to you. Because I believe you understand that financial security is very important. Because if you are not financially secured, hata huonekani kama wewe ni mtu. Si ndio? Ukitaka kujulikana, kuwe na kitu kwa mfuko. Kuwe na kitu ambayo unaweza sema ni yako. However much tumeambiwa don't take loans for others, take loans for you, but you need to ensure that you are financially stable. Because financial security is very key. And I believe you understand that we need to secure life from its very uncertainties. Life is very uncertain. And that is why you joined the SACCO. Kuna member ameongea pale vizuri sana. Because life is uncertain, very uncertain. Na kila mtu anaishi maisha yake. Live your own life. That's all what you have been informed. Don't live life for others. Usisaidie wengine kuishi. Ishi maisha yako. Life is uncertain, and that is why you have to keep on saving as much as possible. Remember, the ultimate goal is a comfortable retirement. Everyone thinks about to have a comfortable retirement. Sijui kama kuna mtu anafikiriagi mambo ya that retirement. I don't know whether you have ever thought of retirement, but I believe those who are in business, wataniambia they don't retire. Do businessmen and women retire? They don't retire. They are always at work, always energetic. A time will come, you not have that energy to wake up early in the morning, to go for doing those businesses. You will not go up to late hours for those businesses. A time will come that your body will tell you, you are aging, you have to retire. The same way those who are in employment, they will have to retire. However much the years are fixed, as a Kenyan, the retirement age is 60 years. How many years do you have for you to retire? I don't know whether you have ever thought of that retirement date. Sisi kwa serikali kila mwezi tunakumbushwa. Kwa hiyo ka pay slip tunaandikiwa retirement date ni hii. Na haisogi, wewe ndio unaikaribia. So it's upon you to plan. How will you retire? And this is the only time that you can be able to plan for your retirement through Kanisa SACCO. That is why all this information you are being given, so that you can have a comfortable retirement. Where will you retire? How will you retire? Plan for that. Think about that. Let's not be those who are considered that there are those who they consider that from grace to grass. Do you want to be part of such? That you are once powerful, you are once financially stable, but because whatever you are getting, ulikuwa tu unatumia tu zinaisha, unagojea the next payday, and yet you have nothing. Think about how will you retire? Where will you retire? Are you planning to retire and go back to your village? Kama Nairobi si your village. Because I believe kila mtu si akona kwao. So, kule atarudi. Are you planning to go back there? Kuna mabasi zinarudi na huko kwenu. Uwekelee kila kitu huko juu. Then back to the sender. Whoever sent you to Nairobi. Let's not go back to whoever sent us, whether they are there or not, but plan. Nairobi si ya mtu. Ni yetu sisi wote. It's only that Nairobi does not feel haijaagi. Mtu ndiye anajifukuza anarudi. Do you plan to go back there? Get somewhere that you can say, I want to retire here. I want to be here. Because Kanisa SACCO is the only institution for you, because you are the member, that you can make use of to have a comfortable retirement by way of making sure that you are saving enough, not just that minimum monthly contribution ya inakuwaga 3,000 ama ni 5 inakuwaga 2. Kanisa SACCO inakaa, nilikuwa naona kama ni 3. Lakini si mnaweza fikiria iwe 3. You can think about it to make it 3. You add some things more. So that monthly contribution that you make, that is what will be able to ensure, or will be able to consider how will you retire. Because it is the same deposit that it determines how do you take loans. Which loans do you take? Which loans do you concentrate on? There are so many products that Kanisa SACCO is able to offer to you. Both the long-term and short-term loans. Don't concentrate on the short-term loans. The short-term loans will not be able to ensure that you grow financially. They are only there to ensure that they eliminate that problem ambayo imekuja, that challenge kamekuja, inaondoka. How about your future? Let's love ourselves by considering taking the long-term loans, because these are the loans that you can be able to invest with. Short-term loans ni pesa kidogo, unalipa kwa haraka na mambo inaisha. But the long-term loan, you can take a big loan where you can be able to have a good investment that can be able to remind you. Remember, after retirement, you will not remember the salary that you are earning if you're in employment. Because I ask you today, what did you do with the salary that you earned in the month of May? Precisely, unaweza kumbuka yote. Lakini mtu akikuuliza, what did you do with the last loan that you took from the SACCO? Even if it was 2 years ago, can you remember? Sidio? And that is what will happen after retirement. That you will not remember the salary that you are earning, what you did with the salary, but you can remember what you did with the loans that you took from the SACCO, because it was dependent on the savings that you are making. The big loans that you're able to get, it was dependent on how much did I save on monthly basis. So mine is only to remind you to save more in this society, because kila mtu anafanya mambo yake kivyake. Don't follow others, tumekubushwa. Don't live for others, because when it comes to retirement, itakuwa yako peke yako. So let's plan on how we want to retire, because it is your business to ensure that you are rich enough. It doesn't matter how much money you make. All that matters is how much money you keep. And where to keep it is in this society. How many generations can you keep that money for? It's all upon you. If today you are told hakuna kazi, kazi imeisha, how many months can you go bila kuobaoba? So that is dependent on how much money you keep. You may be earning a lot, but how much are you keeping? And that keeping is in the society. However much experts consider that you need to save a minimum of 10% of your earnings. So the question you need to ask yourself, do I save at least 10% of what I earn? Is that 2,000 equivalent to 10% of my earnings? So that you can be able to ask yourself, do I increase that monthly saving, or what do I do? Or do I maintain it where it is? Hiyo ni swali ujiulize, ujijibu, and then act on it. Thank you very much for this session, and also the facilitator for giving members good information for them to be good financial managers of their finances. Asanteni.
Thank you, Mr. Joroge, and thank you, members. And I want to believe that we have had a very exciting day. Who can say that their day was wasted? Whose day was wasted today? Anyone? I want to believe none of us, because personally I have so many takeaway home. And my key one is that I need to learn not to borrow for others, but I borrow for myself. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. My being here is just to give vote of thanks and just to remind ourselves some key points that we have gone through. Remember, we've been taken through the how to sign in on USSD. We are rolling out that very soon. And so for the few products that we are informed about, the VUCA, that is the Sukuma Mwezi previously, and others. Can you imagine you'll be applying when you are in your house, you know, lying on your couch, and you just get the money and you do what you needed to do. But remember to consider all the things that the coach have told us. Thank you very much. We are rolling out that very soon. The other thing about the restructuring, the CEO mentioned about restructuring. As Kanisa, we are alive of the things that are happening. This coming July, we are all affected in one way or another. And remember, this is our country. We have nowhere to go. We can only stay here. So we have to adjust accordingly. And so for Kanisa, we will ask you, or rather, you can actually reach out to us and request us whether you can actually restructure your loan. There's someone who said that the difference between a bank and a SACCO is that a SACCO, we have a listening ear. That's our key point. So you are most welcome. Come and let's have an engagement on how to help you to go through this journey. When the coach was talking, he mentioned about us being trapped in debt. And I was interested to hear, how can one get out of that trap? Unfortunately, we didn't get there. But he said that you have a book, coach, on that. And also we can follow you on your social media. But I want to believe that that's another area that we can actually explore in future. And that he can come to us, to Kanisa, and actually take us through how do we get out of that trap. You'll agree with me that you can actually listen to the coach the whole day. When he was talking, I was checking around and I couldn't see anyone who was dozing or even trying to pray for others. Coach, thank you very much. Having said that, before I do the vote of thanks, after this, you'll be sent through your emails as a survey to just give us feedback on how the day was. You know, the choice of, facility, the choice of the facilitators, the topics, and probably you'll be
even be given an opportunity to propose some new areas in future. So once you get it, kindly give us that feedback. It helps us to improve. And not only the survey that you receive, but you'll also receive recordings of today's happening. So if you have a friend, a member, or not even a member, who you think they can benefit from the happenings, you can actually share so that they can also, feel the way you are feeling now. So that will be sent, and of course, some of the answers of some of the questions that came on the floor or even online. And thereafter, after we are done, I want to believe that Charles will direct us on how we'll do the photograph, right? Having said that, let me take this opportunity to just thank you people for, leaving everything else that you would have done on a Saturday like this one and just availing yourself physically to come for this education day, and you want to believe that you have actually benefited. And even for those who are online, and I hope they are still with us, we really appreciate you for having logged in and taking your time to listen. And we just want to hope that you have actually benefited. From where we sit, our objective have actually been achieved. So thank you very much, members. We really appreciate you for coming and for honoring our invitation. The other category of people I would want to appreciate is actually the board of directors of Kanisa SACCO, led by the chair, who was attending this education day online. Thank you for always guiding the operations of the SACCO and offering that oversight aspect of taking the SACCO forward and ensuring that the SACCO remains a going concern. I also would like to thank you, the Education and Business Development Committee, led by Charles Luanga. They are the ones who are behind the organization of all this. We really appreciate you for everything that you have done. We also want to thank you, to thank the staff. The staff do a lot of work concerning this, making sure that everything is ready for us to have a seamless event. So we want to appreciate all of them, led by CEO, Mr. Godfrey Mwangi. Thank you very much. Our facilitators for the day. I don't see Dennis. Where is Dennis? Has he walked out? Dennis, we just want to appreciate you for guiding our members through this process, the USSD, the members portal, and even coming handy whenever they have queries to do with credit. And we want to say that when time comes for you to leave, we really miss you because you have really helped us as a SACCO. We actually want to appreciate Dennis in a very special way because he's coming very handy. And the way you would actually want to know that Dennis have made an impact for Kanisa is because of the feedback that you get even from members. Yeah? I know at times it's not smooth, but he has actually made an impact to us as a SACCO, and he has helped us to, to make some very good progress. So Dennis, thank you very much. We really appreciate you. I would like to thank and to appreciate the coach. Coach, thank you. That every time we ask you to come, you come. And you know what you do? You actually deliver. You don't just come to give us some empty talks. Whatever you say, actually, we can relate with it, each one of us at a personal level. Personally, I have really appreciated, and I don't even know. I think I don't even mind you come 10 times to the SACCO, We were talking of how many times, but we don't mind because it's like every time you come with a new, freshness, and we really appreciate. And members kindly support the coach by buying his books. Yeah, please clap for him. Yeah, support him. There's a table behind on your way. Just take a book, yeah? There is this saying that it's normally said that if you want to hide something from a Kenyan, just put it in a book because they will never find it. Can we undo that saying and say that everything that is put in a book, we are actually going to find it because you're going to buy books and not just buy, but also read them. So thank you very much, Coach, for that. We would also want to appreciate Mr. Joroge, Mr. Mwangi Joroge. Thank you very much for coming. You are always there for us, to support us, and even for the wise words that you always give us. It has been a long journey with us, and we want to appreciate you. We appreciate, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have our former board officials who come. They are no longer board members, but they always find time to join us when we have such events. We really appreciate them. Physically, we had Mr. Alfred Getao, we had Nelson, Mulonzia. I don't know whether there is anyone that I missed, a former board member. And online, I don't know who are there, but we really appreciate you. Every time that you come and join us, we appreciate you because we know that you are the people who set the platform for us. And thank you for your support. Second last, I would want to appreciate the DTCC. And the DTCC is the Desmond Tutu Conference Center for just making it, the environment is conducive for us to hold a meeting. And we want to thank you for the space, for the facilities, and even for the food that you're going to have. I want to believe there's a lunch after this. Yes, there's lunch. So we want to appreciate them for what they have done to us. And finally, the Almighty God. He's the one who have enabled us to come here. He's given us the gift of life and even given us the ability to be here, and for that we are so grateful. And with that, I would actually want to request Madam Ajerin Okola, who is going to offer the final prayer as he thanks God for having brought us this far. Welcome, Madam.
I come from a tradition where when we pray, those who are able to stand, let us stand, please. Let us pray. Loving and awesome God, we want to thank you. We thank you for your mercies. We thank you for your love. We thank you for gathering each and every one of us in this particular place. Father, we want to thank you even for the knowledge that we have acquired today. We thank you for broadening our knowledge and our understanding. And we want to thank you even for the wisdom that you have bestowed those among us here, O Lord. Father, this afternoon we want to thank you for Kanisa SACCO. Lord, we have learned today about the many other things that they have come up with to make our lives easier. The many other applications that they are going to remember to come up with to make us even have a smoother interaction with them. And my Father, I want to say thank you. Thank you for the wisdom that you have bestowed on them. Thank you for the knowledge that you keep giving them each and every time. My Father, I want to lift up the management to you, O Jehovah. That my Father, my God, you may continue giving them the courage and the knowledge that they need, oh Jehovah. Father, I want to thank you even for the leadership, oh my Father. That Jehovah, may you continue giving them the strength, the commitment, and the enthusiasm that they have always had, oh God. And my Father, I want to thank you for the members. Today we have learned many things. We have learned about the blunders that we are making. We have learned also about the beneficial borrowing that is aimed at making us better persons, aimed at making us be financially secure. And my Father, this seed that has been grown, oh Jehovah, in our hearts, may it continue growing and bringing forth fruits. Father, we want to thank you even for the places where we go to get this daily bread, oh Jehovah, to get these finances that we bring into this place, oh Father. That my Father, may we continue working and getting favor from you and continue being blessed even in our areas, oh Jehovah, of work. Not only there, but also in our families. Not only there, but also in those who are near and dear to us. My Father, today we have learnt about how we need to regulate our emotions. Father, we don't know how to do it, but you in your mercy, may you reign on your people. May you continue building us. Build our capacity, build our knowledge, build our wisdom, O Jehovah. Father, we want to even thank you for this country, O Father, that they saw it fit that we have a ministry that deals with cooperatives, O Father. And we want to thank you for the support that they have continued giving this SACCO, for the work that they have worked with this SACCO to make it a better SACCO than before. And each and every year, my Father, we continue seeing the fruits of that journeying together. Father, we want to remember our Coach Roy, oh Father. May you continue blessing him. May you continue expanding him, oh God. May he impact more other people than he has impacted us, oh Lord. And my Father, this journey to financial freedom, we are going to reap the benefits as a country. When we see our economy improving, my Father, we will know that indeed, God, you did it. And Father, even as we go to our lunch, oh Father, may you bless the food that is before us. May you continue blessing the farmers that are working hard to produce this food. And my Father, may you continue bringing the rain and the environment that is needed to bring forth food enough for your people. Father, we want to even put in front of you the journeys that we are going to make back to our loved ones. Father, give us journey mercies, and we will remember to say thank you at the end of the day. For it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. And may we say the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Make sure you greet as many people as possible as we say it. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. We will be given more notices regarding the photograph.
So as you leave, you'll get your meal card. We are going to take our photo just at the field next to this hall. And if possible, we can put our t-shirts on. Hata kama tutavaa juu, at least.
As we speak now, it changed from employer-based to...
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of ACC. By then there were 18 of them members, with a total deposit of 200. Kanisa SACCO is now changed from employer-based to community. So as we talk, majority of our members are now the 18 initial members currently and business people, almost 4,000. So as we talk, from the 18 initial members currently
to our members, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, where our members are also able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
And as far as members are concerned, wisely, education, and of course, just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely.
So ours is to you dream it, you build it. If you want a house, we build it. Customer focus. You want a car, so ours is to if you want to go to school, we build it.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing.
It has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing. At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, and also depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
Like education loan and develops, those are loans that are emergency kind of. But it depends with your need. Your need will determine which product you take. If you want a house, we give you development loan for 9 years.
Today to supporting or giving back to the community.
The future for the SACCO looks great. Actually, if you look at the market right now,
car, we give you a car loan.
Where the bank rates are over 18%, it means majority of the people are running back to the SACCO because SACCO interests are more stable. For the people who would want to join Kanisa, they can try us. They can check our website. They'll be in a position to see the testimonials from the members who have already benefited from us.
Let's build our economic base through savings and borrowing.
Kanisa SACCO is a SACCO that was formed back in 1981 by the staff of AACC. By then there were 18 of them members with a total deposit of 200,000. As we speak now, it changed from employer-based to community-based because majority of our members are now individual contributors and business people. So as we talk, from the 18 initial members, currently we are talking of almost 4,000 members today.
Kanisa SACCO offers diverse products and services to our members, ranging from loan services, loan product-related services, include even partnership with other service providers, where our members are also able to access those services from our partners at discounted rates.
As far as members are concerned, we do continuous education just to encourage them to save. And when you borrow wisely. And of course, you show them that it's important to repay promptly.
Customer focus is key. So ours is to you dream it, we build it. If you want a house, we build it for you. You want a car, we deliver it. If you want to go to school, we pay the school fee.
In terms of even its sustainability, since it was started, it has remained stable, it has remained strong, it has continued recruiting members, and our membership keeps on growing.
At Kanisa SACCO, we have a variety of loan products. Each loan product has its own terms and conditions, depending on the repayment period, depending on the maximum amount you can apply for, and also the interest rate.
There's education loan, development loan, car loan, and even socioeconomic loans like instant loan and VUCA loans. Those are loans that are emergency